to join us this afternoon. It's nice to see you all. Hope you're keeping well during these challenging times. Just before we start our sort of formal proceedings, I'm sure you would want to join me in thanking all of the staff within the Education and Families Service for their outstanding efforts over the last several months in extremely challenging times, whether that has been in our schools or in our hubs, in our early learning and childcare settings, or out in our communities. All of our staff have gone above and beyond to support young people and to support families. So just want to place on record that thanks on behalf of members of the committee. And as you'll see from the fairly comprehensive reports that we've got today, there is a great deal of positive work that is taking place and continuing to take place. So just before we move into the business, Andrew, do we have any notes of apologies?
Yes, Convener, I've got apologies from Councillor Castles, who will be substituted by Councillor Gourley. Councillors Feeney, Shevlin and Woods are also apologies. Okay,
thank you very much for that. And do we have, moving on to agenda item number 1, in terms of ethical standards in public life, do we have any declarations of interest? No? Okay, that's great. And just, I'm conscious that I didn't give an opportunity there for anybody else to lodge any apologies on behalf of members. Any other apologies to be lodged? No? Okay, that's great. That takes us on, colleagues, to agenda item number 2 on our papers, which is a fairly comprehensive report outlining the response and recovery to the coronavirus pandemic. Derek Brown has got a presentation to accompany the report that's been presented, and I'll now ask Derek to deliver that presentation, and then we'll take questions in the appropriate way. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Convener. Can I first of all just say it's great to have the committee reassembled. It's fantastic to see everybody. I'm looking forward to this afternoon, and I've obviously got a fair amount to update you on in this particular item, and I'm happy to take questions at the end. Just to kind of help, just to kind of bring things home to you, I've obviously taken the opportunity to do a presentation, but I will not spend too much time on it, and then obviously I'll leave the time for the questions thereafter. So obviously, I just thought it was just worthwhile just rehearsing some of the timeline. 23rd of March, almost 6 months ago, schools closed, Scotland implements lockdown. On the next day, we had our 10 community hubs established for key workers and vulnerable groups. On the 21st of May, a couple of months later, a strategic route map for the recovery of Scotland was published by Scottish Government. And at that point, we were looking at a kind of a blended learning model from August, based on the advice and guidance and public health guidance at the time. By 26th of June, that had changed, and there was a ministerial announcement of the full-time return of schools in August 2020, and we had the advice and guidance to accompany that decision came later on the 30th of July, and 13 days later, on the 12th of August, schools returned. So you can see that it's been pretty incredible 6 months, and an awful lot of things have been accomplished. I've likened it, when I was talking to head teachers last week, a bit to the Tour de France. And there are some days we climb mountains, and there are other days we have to do sprints, and we've just had to be adaptable. And I'll explain that as I go through the presentation. It's fair to say that the national guidance has been evolving. The strategic framework for reopening schools that came on the 21st of March was about a blended learning model. And then the updated coronavirus guidance on preparing for the return of the school term, that came at the end of July, and that's really what's kind of dictated the return at the start of term. Since then, I would say the guidance on distancing and face coverings has been evolving. So that's been a kind of a bit of a moving feast. And I suppose it's in recognition of the fact that the situation is evolving nationally in terms of public health, etc. And, you know, that we've had to respond to emerging patterns in terms of kind of social behaviour of people in schools and beyond schools. I suppose if I were to highlight the key highlights of the response period, I suppose the critical childcare we provided for the children of key workers and vulnerable families through community hubs is probably a highlight. We've got letters from Police Scotland and commendations from NHS Lanarkshire, who highlighted the excellent work of North Lanarkshire in supporting key workers and vulnerable young people. I'm really proud of that, and I'm going to exemplify that a bit in what goes on. I also think it was quite incredible to see how we tackled free school meals. We built a voucher system which allowed every person who was entitled to free school meals to be provided with a voucher through a text messaging system and to redeem it at pay points in stores. We definitely had teething issues. In the first week we did it, we had 2,000 emails where people really didn't have the right mobile phone numbers lodged with the schools. But we solved that with it by week 2, week 3, and basically we built that system in real time. And I'm sure members are aware that in normal circumstances to try and build a text messaging system to do that for 18,000 people would be a massive ICT challenge, and it's the type of thing that can take months to do in the council, and we had to do this in real time, so it is quite remarkable that the team did that. We provided remote support for learning for young people, digital and blended learning through the schools and through, and you'll hear a bit today about the digital school, and obviously remote supports for the wellbeing of young people, both through education and also social work. And in particular on the social work side, a pretty robust approach to supporting the most vulnerable young people and families. And Alison will refer to some of that in her paper later on. So this is just a wee picture of the community hubs. This is St Ambrose on I think it was 2 days after it was certainly in the first week of the community hubs rolling in. We established a nursery. We did lack a bit of capacity. It was to do with the fact that, and I suppose it's in the context of all the uncertainty at the beginning of lockdown, we obviously, had the expectation, and I think this was part of the government's insistence that the funding for funding providers would be continued at 100%, that we would be able to absorb and use some of that capacity. But for various reasons, we've had to, and it's outlined in Gerard's paper later, we had to identify and build some temporary nursery arrangements. So one of those facilities was in St Ambrose community, the Townhead Community Centre in St Ambrose, and I have to say it was quite remarkable. I was in there in the first 2 days of the hub's existence, and I met with the head teacher of Our Lady in St Joseph's, the head teacher of St Monica's, St Stephen's, St Timothy's, Green Hill as well, and I think Lorraine might be on the call, St Barbara's, St Bartholomew's, St Kevin's. There was a lot of head teachers in there that day, and what they were doing is they were establishing early years provision for the community hub, and they were staffing that through their own volunteers. And what you see here are some of the kind of the children. Now, the pattern of our hub's attendance grew, and then over the summer, CLNL and CLD staff picked up that challenge, and we moved the hubs into slightly different provision. But by and large, that was our weekly attendance at hubs as we went through, and it was pretty remarkable actually. And on the free school meal vouchers that I mentioned before, we have roughly an 85% redemption rate. Broadly speaking, we're exploring that still with financial inclusion, because obviously, there's a general issue in the council about claimed benefits and how we kind of maximise that, because obviously that's a thing that probably people aren't accessing as much as they're entitled to. But you can see there the amount of vouchers that were delivered. So during lockdown, that was at £20. And when we went to the summer, as per the government's funding of the scheme, it was £15 per child. You'll notice that it was a universal offer during lockdown, and during the summer it was based on revenues and benefits and free school meal entitlement. I suppose one of the other things, and there is a full paper on this later, is that this is a snapshot of the changing pattern of digital activity early in the process of the lockdown period. And you can see in the move from February to March, the change in Glow usage. Now, I would simply say to you that Glow is only one of the platforms the schools use. and other schools who are not using Go have Show My Homework, they have other Edmodo, etc. They have other tools that they sometimes use, but that just gave a picture of how the change of education occurred in that time. And you'll also see how our teachers and support staff were using the online systems differently to access training in that early period of lockdown. So this is data from March 2020. And then I suppose I'm now moving from the response, because that's giving you a kind of a flavour of what we did in the response period more. And I've focused on highlights, obviously, and that's in the paper, but I'm now moving more into the recovery. And I think this is really, really important because it has been a bit of a challenge. So the free school meals, that was one of the sprints. We had to get that in place quickly, but the return in all schools after the summer, that was a real mountain that we had to climb. So this is from the guidance published by Scottish Government on the 30th of July. The return to schools full-time from the autumn term in August. The well-being of children, young people and staff should be the central focus, but to get everybody back was the political intention. But I think Scottish Government were clear in that guidance. It was not expected to be a return to normality. It was going to be a new landscape. And then I think as well, obviously, whilst it was a new landscape, the existing statutes pertained in local authorities, and we had the usual duties with regard to health and safety, public health and equalities. So therefore, we had to make sure that all of our duties were being effectively undertaken. But specifically under the Coronavirus Act, there is certain advice and guidance from the Chief Medical Officer of Scotland that we have to adhere to. So I suppose the key themes in that guidance were public health, school operations, health and wellbeing of children and young people, contingency plans and communications. I'm just picking out for you some of the critical issues in the guidance. And they're the ones that you probably hear most about from your families who are in schools, whether they are teachers or support staff or pupils, and from relatives or friends. These would be the things that you'd hear most about. And they have to be different in every school. And that can cause us some issues because obviously it's site dependent, it's situation dependent, which means it's not entirely the same everywhere, but it's all subject to in-school risk assessment. And the things that are coherent and similar across all of these issues is the way in which we conduct in-school risk assessment, which I will just show you about actually just now. I'm just going to skip forward a slide. So this on the screen you're seeing here is how the schools undertake their risk assessments. Every school has completed, and it's all in the appendix to the paper, every school's had to go through a very detailed and rigorous checklist. I would say in the government guidance there were 194 paragraphs, every single one of them required to be assessed at a school level. And so what we've done to facilitate that is we have compiled that checklist. I'm just going to go back a wee bit. Obviously, in that process, we are still providing, at the moment, support for children who are self-isolating. We are subject to some public health stipulations, which we'll talk about in a wee while. And that means that at times there will be pupils who are not able to enter school because they'll be self-isolating. We are also moving to more of a digital blended learning model for advanced higher consortium arrangements, for foundation and pre-apprenticeship programmes, for vocational education activity, for school college partnership and for music service activity. And that's in light of a stipulation which is quoted in the paper that says everything that can be possibly done to minimise the movement of people between schools should be done. That should be your governing principle. So we're just following the government guidance. You'll see that in recovery we have tried to be painstaking in engaging with key stakeholder groups. I've actually added in since then additional consultations with parents and pupils. I think I've met the pupils twice, the parents 4 times in the different groups. We've had ongoing consultations with other partners as well, and loads more trade union meetings since this paper was written. But it gives you a flavour of the extent to which we've tried to engage. And I'll just note that during August, throughout the whole of the summer, we had head teachers involved in meetings to help us plan a recovery. And the amount of goodwill we've had from trade union colleagues has been exceptional, and the amount of support we've had from Ian Scott and his colleagues is quite incredible to me. And I'm just going to highlight this. So I suppose one of the tests for me was what would be the feedback. So the EIS did a survey of their members, and I'm just quoting some highlights from it. I would say that the members in the commentary section did take time to identify for us things that could be better. There's no doubt about that. But what I was really struck by was how strongly the trade unions were endorsing the approach we'd taken, and Ian can speak for himself on the call. I personally can say to you I have really benefited from Ian's advice and guidance, and I'm sure my colleagues have, and indeed other members of the informal JNCT, which has met on a number of occasions, including over the summer. And I think everybody's gone above and beyond the call of duty. But I think that probably gives you a kind of feeling that policy is being complied with, and that this is coming from EIS reps, from 50 EIS reps. So, I mean, Ian can speak for himself later, but I'm genuinely humbled by the support we've had from people. And in terms of the wider partnership with Lanarkshire, NHS Lanarkshire, we have a Pan Lanarkshire Test and Protect protocol. This is a snapshot from it. The whole protocol is listed for members in the appendices. So you can see that there's a very clear set of advice and guidance about what we do if we have confirmed or suspected cases. And we have more and more of them, to be honest. I would say to all the members, we have more and more of them. And we have a number of schools at the moment, and you get regular members' briefings about it. Where we've got schools which have got numbers of children and staff self-isolating because of because of confirmed cases. And then more widely, I suppose, head teachers are involved in the incident management teams that are convened by Public Health whenever there is a confirmed case. We have a tactical response team that meets every morning that just makes sure that families get support. So there's members of housing there, that vulnerable children get support, there's members of social work there, and that there's education staff there who as well can programme the educational response. Gerard McLaughlin chairs that at 8:30 every morning. And also we are bringing forward, and this is going to be mentioned in Gerard's Health and Wellbeing paper later, a piece of work to evaluate the impact of the COVID-19 outbreak on children and young people throughout North Lanarkshire. The changing guide, if I were to highlight some current challenges, it has been challenging as the situation's evolved and public policies adapting to the situations in schools. I think there's probably still a way to go in terms of getting the physical distancing thing clearer for people as to what's expected of them. But I think that there have been some kind of updated policy nationally and through Public Health on that, and indeed the whole issue of face coverings, obviously with the recent policy. So we were basically, that was a sprint. The government announcement a couple of weeks ago came on a Wednesday, and by the next Monday we had face coverings in all our schools. So I think that's going back to the Tour de France metaphor, where you have sprints one day and then mountains the next day, and we just have to be able to kind of manage through it because this is what's required of us. And I suppose there can be a wee bit about if two schools are doing something slightly different in the same community for very good reasons because the risk assessments have required it, it can look a bit dissonant cognitively to members of the public when they can maybe see two schools but there's slightly different things happening. The pace of events is definitely a challenge relating to pressures on family systems and staff, but we manage that through a tactical response team. And also public perception and reaction, both locally and nationally, to a whole range of issues that are covered in this. It's very, very challenging to stay on top of that. The last thing I'm going to just flag up is, obviously during lockdown, it wasn't possible to progress what was called in the capital side of the business non-essential works, but all over 1140 nurseries were in that capacity, and Gerard will talk about this later. So what we've done is we have created temporary facilities because we had to bring the establishments on. So if we promised members we would deliver a village, Cumbernauld Village nursery, we had to create that establishment. Our staffing plan was dependent on it. Our offer to parents was dependent on it. We were locked into that and we had to find a way to deliver it. What we did though was, because we couldn't bring the facility online, is we've brought the establishment online in an alternative facility which has been customised for the children and the families, pending the arrival of the facility in due course. And you can see the contingencies that we've built in, and I think that's just been a natural part of the COVID kind of process. So that explains the kind of the two types of kind of temporary facility we've had for nursery education. One during lockdown to do with a lack of capacity, and one at this stage as part of our rollout of our planning. So really, we're just asking the committee to note the contents, note the services response to the emergency, note their approach to the recovery, note the contents of the HT guidance document, that's the risk assessment document, note the panel Lanarkshire Schools agreement with Public Health, and we're asking you to endorse the work of staff, which I have to say, I've never seen anything like it. I genuinely think in my role, it's been hugely humbling throughout just to see the endeavour of people and the fantastic work that's been done on behalf of children and families. And I'll stop there, convener, but I'm happy, and I'm sure the team are, to take questions.
Well, thank you very much for that, Derek. I'm sure members will agree, a comprehensive report and an excellent presentation on the work that has been undertaken by the service. Councillor McGowan is first to indicate she wants to speak. Councillor McGowan, followed by Councillor Kelly. Councillor McGowan.
Thanks very much, convener. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, there's no way I couldn't start by praising. I must praise all the education staff in all the schools and in the council for their innovative practices to allow schools to be up and running and 1140 to be organised. It's a magnificent feat that you have managed. I've got a few comments and a few questions. First comment is that I'm totally impressed that the community hubs were staffed by 2,000 volunteers. Amazing. Free school meals were supported by the Scottish Government's additional COVID emergency funding. Fantastic. Very good access to critical care was praised by Police Scotland as it ran from 8 o'clock till 6 o'clock every day. Amazing that Police Scotland noticed and praised this facility. And the Scottish Government invested 30 million for digital devices to enable studying online, 25,000 Chromebooks, 70,000 devices and 18,000 connectivity solutions over Scotland. So everybody worked well together to make this work. Now, a few questions. From 2.14, there was 31,645 attendees at hubs. And it said that 1/4 of these were vulnerable. If children who were known to be vulnerable didn't turn up at hubs, was this followed up? Now, I'll just go through all my questions and then they can be answered at the one time. 2.19, I'll not do that, I'm just now, sorry, 2.15, that the vouchers weren't redeemed. More of those was designed. And a lot of vulnerable not used. Why? I said that looked into what did they find there. Derek has talked about the work, the extra work that head teachers and senior management teams and teachers have had to do in schools. Unbelievable amount of work, and being an ex-deputy head, I know how hard the beginning of term is normally to get all the children into the right timetable, to get everybody sorted out. The extra work that they have done is far and above. Well, they had to do it, but amazing what they did. I don't know how they managed it in the hours. And I just want to ask, are SMT and teachers going to be protected in some way? Is there any extra staffing in school? Because I am really worried that they will burn out. My son's a deputy head, and I know that he is just about on his knees at the moment in Highland. There was over one head teacher had 30 individual risk assessments before school reopened. I mean, I don't know how they're finding the hours in the day. Page 35, Appendix 1, it says that 100% of pupils at any one time will be coming into schools, and it assumes normal fluctuations in staff attendance patterns. What I would like to ask is the supply teachers pool ready? I mean, what are the statistics for staff absence in schools returned? Are they normal or are they much higher than usual? Because again, people will be really, really tired. Page 32, business continuity planning. Areas are cleaned in line with local and national guidance. Practical rooms need to be clean, PE areas. Are there extra cleaners in school and are they working all day? How on earth is all this cleaning been done? between children moving between classes. Page 37 is the remote VC delivery in place for advanced hires. It sounds exciting. One thing that worries me is pupils are discouraged from leaving during the school day. This is not happening. I'm sure you'll all have seen in the streets, children standing outside Pizza Hut, outside Greggs, outside Anestes, in large numbers. I don't know how you cope with that. I don't know how I would manage that myself as a deputy head, but that's a hard one to manage. Okay, Derek, sorry for all these questions. Thank you for your answers.
Thanks very much, Councillor McGowan, for those comments, and I'll bring Derek in on a couple of those matters, specifically in relation to staffing and teachers. Although, as you know, you're probably aware, Agnes, the council has taken on a number of new probationers, and Scottish Government supported that, and that's been a great asset to the authority. And then I'll bring Alison in on your point around the sort of vulnerable groups, and then maybe Gerard can come in relation to the sort of the joined up work that's going on with enterprise and communities around the cleaning regime. So Derek, we'll start with yourself.
First of all, Councillor McGowan, thank you very much for your comments on the staff. I really appreciate it. We took a decision. We had 195 probationers who were coming out of their probation at the end of last year. And we offered them all a fixed term temporary contract of a year. Now, at the time, that actually predated the government announcement, which came the week later. It kind of predated that, but it's just because we had that available staff, and we just felt if we didn't give them a job, then what would happen is come August, if we were really struggling for staff, we would have a problem. So, technically, we're overstaffed. The absence pattern is slightly higher, sure, than last year, and we continue to monitor that on a daily basis. I think our trade union colleagues were delighted that we gave jobs on a temporary basis to the probationers, and there's probably a recognition that it'll be a difficult year to get through. I would say probably people will be feeling tired there earlier, and you know what it's like in schools, Councillor McGowan. You know how there were always those times as you hit the winter where people got tired, but we'll probably get to that a lot earlier. And indeed, there's probably some of that already happening. And of course, if you've got periods where you've got a number of staff in a school self-isolating, and members' briefings have shown where that's the case, then obviously that's an immediate hit to your staffing, and we have to kind of try and manage through that. So I would definitely say that around about the 171 extra staff. On the vans in the street, before I hand over to Alison, on the vans in the street, it's a huge problem. Obviously, we're working with environmental health and safety colleagues, and indeed Police Scotland, to try and find solutions. Really are in a situation where they're under parental supervision. The police would struggle to police all of those circumstances out with schools, but it's one of these things we're going to have to find a way to try and take the pressure off, because at the moment it's causing pressure points in particular communities. Of course, you can if you just move the problem along the street, that's not a solution either. But I think as well, we can't obviously force the young people to stay in school. We're going to try our best as far as possible to take the pressure off the public, but it's one of these kind of difficulties and a kind of an unintended kind of consequence to some of the policies that have come forward. I'll pass over to Alison and then Gerard.
Okay, thanks, Derek. In relation to the question about vulnerable children and follow-up, I suppose that the short answer is yes. Maybe to provide some context around that, all of the vulnerable children who might benefit from attendance were identified using GIRSEC pathways, really, and through discussion between early years education, health visiting, social work and CL&D staff. And you'll have noticed that in the early days, the number of children and young people attending were quite small, and that grew steadily. And I think that was down to families of vulnerable children having the same, I suppose, reservations and needing the same sort of assurance as other families about safety and the provision. I think some of our more vulnerable children, we also recognised would potentially struggle in hub settings when it wasn't their usual school and without the usual staff round about. For some children, therefore, we put in tailored supports, particularly for children with additional support needs, where some of our local providers were very flexible and adjusted their provision so that they could support individual children in school. But where it was identified that it wasn't right for particular vulnerable children to attend the hubs that wouldn't meet their needs, or where there were reservations, then the same sort of group of professionals worked out what the appropriate follow-up was, whether that was support at home, either remotely or face-to-face contact. But that was very much tailored around individual children. Now, I suppose we can't be 100% sure that we reached everyone who was newly vulnerable over the period, but I think the sort of team working across all of the professionals meant that I think, as you'll see, we had one of the highest proportions of vulnerable children's attendance of all the school hubs across the arrangements across the country.
Okay, thank you for that. Gerard?
With an update and following on from what Alison just said with regards to the vulnerable children, that there was an expectation as far as schools and child protection coordinators to ensure that those vulnerable children and those on the child protection registered were contacted at least once a week. And I know anecdotally, right enough, there was lots of stories where our various officers within education would visit homes, make phone calls, try and keep in contact to ensure that those most vulnerable children were being supported. Just for Education and Families Committee, we have been providing guidance on a regular basis in conjunction with our trade union colleagues with regards to supporting head teachers and heads of centre with recovery, which provides a whole array of different local, national guidance to schools and to centres. And it does, I suppose, bring about the points you mentioned, Councillor McGowan, regarding about cleaning and how that will take place. So there was additional resources provided to facilitate support from August until December. A review will take place then for additional day cleaner to be in schools at various points throughout the day to try and provide additional support. That would be during the school day, and sometimes the day cleaners will be going into classrooms and other settings. So that work is ongoing, and as I say, we're on to version 11. I'll be going out probably this week of guidance because it's so fluid at the moment, Councillor McGowan, and that therefore the guidance has to be updated on a very regular basis.
Thank you. And I know, Agnes, you had a question around some of the digital offerings, but I'm conscious there is an overlap between this report and later reports. So if it's okay with yourself, Janie will maybe pick that point up when the agenda item on digital comes around, if that's okay with you, Agnes. That's great. Thanks for those comments. Councillor Kelly, followed by Councillor Brandon McVeigh.
Thank you, Convener. Just also to echo the comments, the outstanding work that's been done by all the staff in Education and Families at every level, both during the lockdown and as we've come out into recovery, and also dealing, as Derek's highlighted, with the ongoing increase in number of cases and all the issues that are associated with it. I just want to get an opinion on the face coverings situation. When I represented the council at COSLA, I made it clear that I thought with this issue it should have been done through national procurement. It was an announcement by the government, and then it was left to local authorities to put it in place, as Derek has outlined, but also to make sure there was enough available. This, I believe, should have been done, as I say, through national procurement, because right now the situation is that the councils are having to, where they have to provide face coverings for young people, they then put the cost back up to the government. I think this should have been done differently, and I think, you know, what we could see and what we need to avoid is a situation where some young people are having face coverings that maybe having to use for an extended period because of the cost of face coverings can be high for a lot of families, and some might have regularly changed face coverings. So it's just to get some reassurance from Derek about how we're managing that situation, both to make sure all young people are getting the same face coverings and the same equipment, etc., and the costs, how we're making sure we're on top of the costs in terms of back to government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Derek?
Yeah, so we had anticipated it happening, and we had got ourselves some of the initial stock, and we've basically procured 1 million face masks. The national guidance says that the expectation routinely is that children will come to school with their own masks. They should be reusable masks, and they should be washed and in the interim. But however, there is the issue about the local authorities required to have a contingency stock. And what we weren't sure about is how much of a contingency stock we would require. And that was the difficulty. Was it 10% of the children? And if you think about it, when we did the numbers, we have about 20,000 kids in secondary school, pupils in secondary schools, who are either nearly 12 or over 12, wearing a mask every day, plus it also says we need, for over 5s on buses, they need to come with masks, and we reckon that's about 7,000. So there's about 20,000, so let's say 25,000 children for the sake of ease of the number. And there are about 195 days in school every year, so let's say 200. So that's 5 million masks. So we've procured an initial million. The cost of it's not particularly the issue. It's not as though, although Thomas O'Hagan's on the call and he might not particularly like me saying this, but it's not that it's not about the money particularly, although it would run into a 6-figure sum. It would be in the low 6 figures, just over 100,000, we think, for the 1 million masks. The issue is, as you say, as it goes on for longer, is just to make sure there's a national stock that we can draw down on, and that actually the parents can access it, stock themselves for the reusable ones. But we're in the kind of niche market of going for the contingency. And probably because we couldn't possibly be washing and re-washing masks and giving them out to the same people, we have to then go down the path of kind of the more disposables, which has got its own issues. But that is kind of where we are. So it is one of the things we've had to factor in. So the truth of it is we're okay at the moment. Now, I checked in with a couple of head teachers on day one. So these were head teachers of big schools, big secondary schools. And one of them reported to me that he had, and this is a school of about 1,200, he'd had to give out 50 masks on that day. And another school of about 1,000 gave out 20 or 25 masks. So that probably was a sign that certainly in the early days, the pupils were coming with their own masks. The issue we're, I think, going to have as we go along is, as people get tired and as young people themselves find the health and safety regimes a bit, potentially a bit more oppressive than what they were used to before, whether we can get that level of compliance as we go through. And obviously the guidance is quite clear, we should be taking a restorative approach, and I would support that. But it's definitely going to be an issue in terms of kind of sustaining everybody's energy levels as we go along. So we're just going to have to work with the young people, with the trade unions, with everybody to try and make sure we make the right decisions at the right time. But hopefully that's given you a comprehensive answer to the question.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Brandon McVeigh.
Thanks very much, convener. Hello, hi colleagues and their supporting officers. My sincere thanks to all education and family staff. As I read this report, it was immensely impressive. Flexible, professional, collaborative and multidisciplinary approaches taking place, both creative and innovative, as well as, if you like, reinvigorating some of maybe traditional means of engagement as well, and perhaps, dare I say, breathing new life into that. I think fundamentally it's been about supporting families and children in the hub context and in learning, and it's been truly remarkable. I commend everyone who's been involved, volunteers and staff alike. A concern that I had though, because I was watching and as we're in our own street, watching active curriculum around us of children and young people, I was very interested in that holistic curriculum, not just about well-being, but also about particularly secondary school young people, about the volume of work that was taking place across subject matter. I'm not sure if people could see the volume of work that was expected of young people at any time, and that may be that we connect that to a later report. And I think young people were excellent in managing that, but at times felt a bit overwhelmed. And I think teachers were working in a whole new way, regular basis, whereas others were taking a real light touch. So I'm keen to know, you know, how we can learn those lessons going forward. And I'm also keen to know, how do we learn from the great connections about that 85% of vouchers utilised and used? How do we learn about those who did and who didn't use that to inform us going forward? Because I know you referenced that in the report. So I'll leave it there, but thank you.
Okay, thanks, Heather. A couple of very important points there, actually, that you've raised. Derek, you want to pick up on them?
So if it's okay, first of all, thanks to you and also Councillor Kelly for your positive comments about the staff, which I'd agree with. Janie O'Neill's got a paper on digital later, and if it's okay with the first point, I will ask Janie to kind of try and cover that off as a part of her presentation, if that's okay. But I would generally say, and you can probably see it from the pattern, the change, I would generally say we have got variation in the system, there's no doubt about it, around about kind of digital confidence of teachers, and in the appendix to the digital paper, Janie will refer to that. So it's an ongoing bit of work we're going to have to do. And then obviously, as you say, we will have to review the young people's kind of perceptions of the kind of work they did during lockdown and afterwards, but we can maybe wrap that up as part of the work we're going to do in wellbeing. And on the volume, I think, I guess my problem with that, I suppose, was what I think across the country was coming out, and it would be true in North Lanarkshire as well. So it's just the national trend is just how that pattern of variation in terms of how teachers operated then affected the young people's kind of actual volume of things that they were being required to do. And I think that's probably something we need to look at. But they would definitely be in the category of lessons to be learned. And all I can say about the 15% of people who didn't redeem the vouchers is that is definitely something through financial inclusion we are really keen to look at. And if anybody's got any great ideas about that, we will want to do it. But it is a thing we have started the discussion with John Campbell and his team about how we best do that. And Anne Munro is going to lead on that work as we go along. But it fits the pattern, doesn't it, about unredeemed kind of benefits that people are entitled to. In truth, this was probably of a higher level of redemption of benefit. And I'm using that word very, very loosely here. This is not a benefit in the strict HMRC, GWP terminology, but in the sense of what the availability of the money that was available, how much was taken up. It's probably quite a high uptake, but still it felt like 15% of people who could have had something didn't access it. I would say the team were painstaking about it though, Councillor Brannan McVeigh, because at one point we had 2,000 emails from people saying, how can I access this? And the team phoned everybody individually to get it resolved, and that was done over the course of a weekend, to be honest. Would you believe that? Where we kind of just basically had to zap it one by one. So, but we feel as though if this were to happen again, we think we need to just continue to redouble our efforts to reach those 15%, and I'm sure members would agree that that's what we need to do. So we're aware it's a challenge, it's a council-wide challenge, and we want to try and find a way to address those things.
Okay, thank you. Councillor London.
Thanks very much, Convener. I just begin by echoing the comments of colleagues so far in complimenting our officers. It was interesting when we were looking at the presentation from Derek, when we looked at the community hub and the photos that were shared. I noticed that on the wall behind, whether by design or by accident, were the three words compassion, care and empathy. And I think that those three key words underpin the approach that was adopted by our staff and our volunteers throughout that time. And I think a real testament to our team for being able to utilise and mobilise the way that they did. I also just want to say very briefly that it was really pleasing to hear and to see the effective relationship, I think, between formal and informal education, with community learning development playing a key role in supporting the summer hubs, and how our formal and informal education colleagues worked seamlessly to provide a different educational experience, but nonetheless a cohesive educational experience. My two questions focus on the contents of the paper, Convener. Firstly, on section 1.1.2 of the report on consultation and engagement with a wide range of stakeholders, and I notice and I welcome the consultation with young people themselves on our recovery plans. That activity is clearly very important. My only question really is, further on the report, section 2.2.5, there is a table of those who were consulted and engaged, and I happen to notice that young people from the Youth Forum and indeed from TNT, our Care Experience Champions Board, aren't articulated in that table, but they are articulated in the narrative of the report. So I just wondered, therefore, A, why that was the case, but B, what that consultation and engagement looked like in practice to inform our recovery plans. And then subsequent to that, Convener, a second and final question relates to that voucher system. First of all, I just want to caveat what I'm about to say by saying I think it's incredible that our team were able to mobilise to make a system in real time that got such a high uptake and got the support out to those who needed it most. Really impressive to watch. Nonetheless, I do want to raise the point about the voucher system at 2.1.5 of the report around difficulties that I experienced as an elected member, and certainly difficulties that constituents experienced, and I hope that maybe other colleagues will have had similar experience to me, which is constituents contacting me regarding trying to get through to talk about issues they were having in terms of the payment of the free school meals. Obviously, there are going to be teething issues, but I think that there's an element of frustration in that it was the fsm@northland.gov.uk email address that I was continually having to give them, rather than a point of contact. And of course, we understand why that would be. There are a range of challenges when working from home and remote working, etc., as well as developing a system in real time. But I'd guess the question would be, it's not a critique, it's how do we learn from that as but perhaps those 15% that never took it up were some of those who were maybe most digitally excluded as well, who weren't, very good with email, who did just want to speak to somebody over the phone. So how do we learn the lessons from that? But again, compliments to our whole team against that backdrop. Thanks, Convener.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Linden. A couple of points there. Derek, do you want to pick up on those questions?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, for the comments, and I would say a couple of things. That's true to say that the table is illustrative of some of the stuff we were doing, but I've met with the People Forums a couple of times, direct, so that was direct engagement with them. And you yourself were in the Children's Partnership kind of discussion myself, where we had a couple of members of the Today Not Tomorrow group there, and we were talking about education recovery. So I suppose that was, you saw some of that discussion and that opportunity, and you and I were part of that conversation, Councillor Linden. So, but I would say to you that what we've learned as we've gone along, and I would say this about the parents one as well. I've now met with the parents on 4 occasions, and the Youth Forum with young people on 2 occasions, and I have to say, fantastic feedback we've had from them. Great ideas. The officers who were part of the call. So, for example, with the pupils, it would have been CLD officers who were supporting it as part of the North Lanarkshire Youth Forums, and with the parents, it would have been education officers generally that would have been there. But we got great ideas. We got really important feedback, and more importantly, I think we've got a channel of communication that I want to continue to kind of exploit going forward in terms of other things we want to do as a council, just to keep us right. But hugely positive about what we were doing, and to be honest, in terms of like responding in a nimble way, if you like, to national policy changing, it was very helpful to me to be able to tee things up with parents as a group. So, and one of the things that struck me about the parent councils is we couldn't see every parent council chair, so we worked with our existing forum, but we made sure each cluster had a parent representative. So we had 23 people on the call, and to be honest with you, loads of other folk wanted to join. So there was a real desire to speak to the council and to speak to representatives of the council about what was important, and to hear honestly what it was we were trying to do. So I think for me, that was quite a humbling kind of lesson, just about how in fact, when we got into it, how straightforward it was to do, and how we just need to do more and more of it. So we'll just build on those systems going forward. And I guess it was just a shame that it took this kind of scenario for us to kind of learn that, but we did learn it. And on the issue about the Free School Meals website, what I would say to you is, had we had a run at building a free school meals voucher system, we would have done it with a lot of governance in behind it. We'd have come through a committee with a plan. We'd have said, this is how we think it's going to be. We'd have put in place loads and loads of kind of support. We'd have done a pilot. And 6 months down the line, we'd have reviewed that pilot, brought it back to committee, and then we'd have gone and done it. It would have taken us months. We had to do this in real time from a standing start and have it in place the next day. And we had paper vouchers in the first 2 weeks, and that caused issues. And then we had the electronic system thereafter. And that's where the 2,000 email addresses came in. And that's why we had to route it through a council email address. But I can promise you, Councillor London, every single one of those people got contacted directly, and Anne Munro oversaw that with her teams. And within 2 weeks of that system, it was running pretty smoothly. I'm not saying that we reached everyone yet, and I'm not saying it was easy for everybody for those first few weeks, and it was a very anxious time. So I'm not surprised there was frustration being expressed to members. But if you think about how we landed a system that would have otherwise taken us months within this period of weeks, it kind of showed us, well, what's possible to be done. And it kind of gave us a lot of confidence that we were able to kind of get it into play. So we'd had the hubs in play by then. We'd had the kind of free school meals in play by then. We were showing that can-do attitude that was probably seen more visibly in the NHS, and we were doing it to support them. But I suppose that would be my answer, and I definitely don't take the comments as criticism or critique. I actually totally accept that would have been a kind of a thing that the public would have expressed some concern about as we were going on.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Wilson. Sorry, Councillor Wilson. Sorry, I need to stop you. We're struggling to. Councillor Wilson, we're struggling to hear you. You're breaking up quite a lot. Can you try turning your camera off to see if that makes any difference?
Okay.
You can try again.
Better, Frank?
Much better. Thanks for that.
Okay, no problem. So, yeah, I would also pay tribute to the fantastic work of staff. The 2,000 staff volunteer figure at the community hubs, I think, is remarkable, and it really does show the commitment and compassion of staff. So I would certainly echo the comments of elected members on that. I've also got two questions I would like to ask. Firstly, paragraph 2.3.2 in pages 10 and 11 makes reference to the Scottish Vision to make the use of face coverings mandatory for secondary school pupils in corridors and communal areas within the school buildings. I think what was going to be asked has been touched on a little bit by Derek in response to Councillor Kelly's answer, but what would also be interested to know on top of concerns about potential fatigue and pupils adhering to the requirement down the road is how secondary school pupils have adapted to this in the first couple of weeks, and whether teachers have experienced any problems with ensuring that teenagers do wear face coverings when moving around the school building. I simply ask, because I do think it is probably a difficult thing to ask teenagers to get used to, but of course all required steps need to be taken in order to reduce the spread of the virus. Secondly, paragraph 2.4.6 on page 13 notes that the council's formulating a survey for children and young people to help evaluate what impact the COVID-19 pandemic's had in their lives. I was just wondering if Derek or other officers would be able to confirm when it's expected that this exercise will be complete, and will the results of the survey be made available to committee members? Thanks.
Thanks for that. Derek.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Appreciate the comments. So I would say that, well, the government guidance is that they're obligatory, not mandatory in a statutory sense, and that's an interesting kind of distinction, and it's to do with the legality of it. You know, and I don't want to necessarily get into that. So we're assuming they're mandatory in terms of kind of how schools have to operate, but that's just a kind of a nicety around the national guidance. What I would say is that it was very interesting. I would answer the question by saying, when I talk to the pupils, and this is the value of talking to the pupils in our youth forum, a few days after the face masks had come in, their view was that it needed to be enforced the same way and consistently by teachers, and that they detected patterns of variation with it that they felt weren't necessarily going to be most helpful going forward. So we've just identified that as an issue, and we've talked to our head teachers about the importance of getting these messages across. However, every teacher's different. We don't have automatons working for us. We've got people, and they themselves sometimes have health issues. So I think we have to be respectful of the fact that people are learning as they go about how they're going to kind of cope with the change in policy landscape. And also we've got to handle this restoratively as well. So it was quite interesting that the young people were almost making a case for a bit more stringent kind of enforcement, but the national guidance is suggesting that it should be dealt with restoratively and sensitively, and we also don't want to be necessarily, kind of increasing any kind of stigma around it. And we also want to make sure that people feel that if they have a genuine case why they shouldn't wear a face mask, that they need not be forced to do so. And so it's a very delicate bit of public policy, and it's playing out in our schools where I suppose we've kind of traded some of the civil liberties for health and safety. Let's be quite honest. But in so doing, we're trying to keep everybody in general safe and preserve as much of the normal school operations as is possible within these more kind of restrictive kind of policy contexts. And wearing face coverings would come into that. But in general, in my experience, Councillor Wilson, I've only been in one secondary school and one primary school, because I'm very conscious of, and officers are, that we don't want to be adding into the problem. So I once a week I will be in a school, and I'll be really only in there to talk to the head teacher, because I really won't be doing anything in terms of kind of visits, etc. It'll just be very focused. But in my discussions, and what I've been able to observe from a distance, I have seen a really quite remarkable effort by the young people to get on board with the policy. Where I think it becomes an issue of public perception is when they walk out the door of the schools and they're maybe not wearing the masks, then the public probably becomes a bit kind of jaundiced about it and a bit kind of sceptical about it. But let's also understand that there is no requirement of the young people under the national guidance to socially distance in a school, and the face marking is obligatory, but the national guidance is quite nuanced. So we assume that they have to do it, but there are always exceptions, and teachers have to handle it sensitively. And in that recipe, you've got quite a bit of nuance, and it's quite difficult to kind of get a consistency. But by and large, notwithstanding everything I've said, I actually think there's probably quite a huge degree of compliance in truth. But I do accept as we go along, it'll be a challenge to sustain that as people get a bit kind of tired.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Goldie, followed by Councillor Larson. Councillor Goldie.
Thank you, Convener. I'd just like to add my thanks to the service, particularly on behalf of former colleagues in the NHS and the other emergency services. The service was absolutely fantastic, being able to place kids in nurseries and schools to allow these people to go ahead and to provide vital work within the pandemic. A lot of time was a lot of stress and staff and NHS staff. They couldn't rely on grandparents, they couldn't rely on carers, and the council was able to step up almost immediately in most of the cases I had. And it's just really to thank them for that. It's something that, we're looking at long term. COVID will be with us long term, but we've all did our bit, and the council did its bit to support the NHS and other services. So just thanks.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Goldie. Grateful for those comments, and actually, it's interesting that you're saying that, because I know from hearing reports out of St Ambrose, there was a doctor there that was supported quite early on in the pandemic, where a child that was taken into St Ambrose into the sort of temporary provision that had been created there. So it was excellent to see that support being able to be delivered so efficiently and so quickly as well. So thanks very much, Willie. Derek, I saw your hand up there. You wanted to comment very briefly on what Councillor Goldie said?
I want to thank Councillor Goldie, and I want to say that was the feedback we got from NHS staff on the ground, because from day one, Councillor Goldie, we were 8 to 6. So the story that Councillor McNally's mentioning there is on day one of the new nursery in St Ambrose, a doctor arrives with a 6-month-old baby and asks the head teachers who are overseeing the provision, bear in mind it's all been overseen by the care inspectorate, asked the head teachers, would you take our child so I can go to my work? And of course the answer was yes, because that's the people we have who are working for us. So for me it was a powerful moment, Councillor Goldie. It was a real symbol, and it was quite humbling, to be honest. It was quite an emotional thing, to be truthful. And when I met the people in the hub and I saw what they were doing, and I met the child actually a few days later, I was absolutely blown away by what people had been able to do for their NHS colleagues. And in every single thing I sent out to staff over lockdown, it always ended up by trying to stick to the national message about supporting our NHS colleagues and trying to stay safe and save lives. And generally speaking, I'm humbled by it, and I thank you for the opportunity to tell that wee story, Councillor Goldie.
Thank you for that. Councillor Larson, followed by Councillor Johnson. Councillor Larson.
Thank you. I'd like to just start recognising the excellent work of all involved in education and families throughout the kind of response period, throughout the recovery period. I recognise that the work in education has been carried out under very trying, testing circumstances, and I know that you've just had to keep on going essentially, and constantly had to adapt in a very fast-paced onslaught of constant change. And I just particularly want to as well recognise the work of teachers, because teachers often get a hard time. I don't know what it is people think they do, but like Councillor Brannan McVeigh, I recognise and I respect that they've had to completely reappraise their practices, their processes, and they've had to work in close quarters with groups, which, you know, might seem counterintuitive to some of us. I get that it's been a hugely stressful time, and you must feel as if you just haven't stopped and you're stuck in a revolving door. But I've got 3 very specific questions, if that's okay. I'll just kind of list them. Also, a great opportunity to have an update via a report like this, because it's the first time, I suppose, we've all really heard things contextualised about what's actually happened and how things have been responded to. The first question relates to 1.2 and the discussion about hubs, and I know it's mentioned in various places throughout the report, but obviously the hubs have been like an invaluable kind of the recovery and the response, but I've heard from private providers who say that they've contacted council. Well, I say private providers, PVIs, because I suppose everybody's a funded provider, but the private, voluntary and independent sector and early learning settings have contacted, they say, council, saying that they would like the opportunity to take part in that recovery and that response, and to work or have their centres used as hubs. I've got a list of maybe 5 that say that they've done that. I'm just wondering from your perspective, what was the response like from that sector, and did you receive offers of help? The second question, I'm not sure where to bring it up, but I am curious about it, and it's about the Chancellor's Out to Help Out scheme. I know that other local authorities passed on, you know, that extra cash to parents in terms of uptaking the scheme. And just lastly, the temporary accommodation, I very much welcome the date that's in the report for the temporary accommodation on site at the time capsule. I think it's the 2nd of October. Are we still working to that time frame? Thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you. I'll bring Derek in on a couple of those issues. Gerard maybe wants to just touch briefly on it as well, but I'll bring Derek in first. Derek.
Yeah, so the first thing is the funded providers will be part of the recovery, and Gerard's paper later will show how that will be. During the response period, Gerard's paper shows that you know, that there were only so many of the funded providers who remained open during that period. So, I mean, we've just had to work around.
Sorry. I think Councillor Larson was maybe struggling to hear there. I'm just seeing that from the chat.
Yeah, can everybody else hear me? Because I think that the issue might be your connection, Councillor Larson. You might, if you put your camera off, you might hear a bit better.
That's better now, Derek. Thank you.
You may wish to put your camera off, Councillor Larson, because I think that it's your I think it's possible your connection. So, like, all I can say to you is we had ongoing discussions with the funding providers throughout the whole of the beginning. You know, the paper that's on 1140 will go through this in detail, and it may be best just to kind of I'll take your advice, convener, but it may be better to deal with that there. But 5 funding providers remained open, and then we established our capacity on the basis of who was open, and we built our response plan, and we needed additional capacity. So we established in our hubs some additional temporary nursery provision, and that was in St Ambrose, Cumbernauld Academy, and in Christen High School, where we used the Cumbernauld Theatre, and we also used the Christen Community Centre. And we worked with additional, we worked with our kind of family learning centres and our primary school heads to build that provision that we required. And we never said no to any offer of help, and we still wouldn't. That's the first thing. On the Eat Out to Help Out scheme, that was a difficult one for us, and I would have liked to have done it in truth. But the problem was we were implementing a new cashless payment system, and actually it just couldn't cope with it as well as the implementation. So it was a bit unfortunate that we couldn't do more with it, but it simply was that the system we were implementing just couldn't have coped with it at the time. And I do hope members will understand that that's just a consequence of trying to implement new systems. It was an unfortunate one for us, and we did try to do it. And to be truthful, Anne Hanlon and our team did everything they possibly could to try and do it, but we were just not able to do it. And as you say, Councillor Larson, the temporary accommodation timeline for coming off of that is explained in Gerard's 1140 paper, which he's going to go through in due course. Is that okay, convener?
Okay, yeah, thanks very much. I think that hopefully covers the point that you were raising there, Kirsten, around the immediate impact when the sort of pandemic hit and the sort of provision that was available to us at that time. And in relation to Eat Out to Help Out, I think Derek's right. Definitely, it's an unfortunate situation, but there were specific challenges around that. But it would have been great if North Lanarkshire had been able to benefit from that. I'll bring in Councillor Johnson now, followed by Councillor Mooney. Councillor Johnson, Tom Johnson.
Thanks, convener. My question is on the voucher system at 2.1.5. My reading of this is this was Scottish Government money. I might be wrong there, but there was a 15% non-take-up. Where is that money in the system? How much money is it? That's my first question. And my second question is in relation to ASN schools. They're mentioned in page 28 and the situation there. What is the current view and position regarding staffing in ASN schools in the light of the COVID emergency? Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Tom. I'll maybe bring Thomas O'Hagan in relation to the first point around the voucher scheme. Obviously, the council had made a commitment around that, and then I'll maybe bring in Derek or Anne Munro around the specific issues that you've related to, that you've referenced with staffing in ASN schools, and hopefully that will maybe cover off Councillor Graham's question, which is put in the chat bar. So I'll bring in Thomas O'Hagan first. Thomas.
Thanks, convener. This is two voucher schemes. With a voucher scheme which started late March through to the end of the school term in June, and then we had a summer voucher scheme. In terms of the total costs of those schemes, they're around £4.9 million. In terms of grant, we have 2 tranches of grant from the government, one linked to the food fund, and then there's some specific grant over the summer. Those grants come to a total of £2.8 million. So in net terms, the service has spent £2 million on voucher programmes over the kind of lockdown period.
Okay, hope that covers your first point, Councillor Johnson. Derek,
no,
sorry.
What was it? Was it 15%? The 2 million then that's floating about in the system just now.
Thomas, do you want to cover that? The 85% figure.
Yeah, in terms of the voucher programmes, it's actually a net cost to the council. There's no saving. It's a cost to the council of £2 million. So in terms of the 50%, as Derek alluded to earlier, the survey would actually wish that figure was at 100%, because that was the service's ambition, that every child who's entitled to that money received it. So there was no intention or desire for the service that figure was at that rate. So as I say, the voucher programme has cost the council up to this point £2 million. And as you see later on in this agenda, there's further ambitions to extend voucher schemes to Club 365, and there's also ambitions to provide voucher schemes to children who will self-isolate between now and the end of the financial year. So as I say, there's no desire to save money or use that money anywhere else. As I say, the actual cost for the NLC has been greater than the actual specific grant we've received from the government.
And of course, Councillor Johnson, you'll know, having taken part in the budget process and that your group will be undertaking just now, that there is a financial challenge as a consequence of COVID-19 across the board. Anne Munro, would you like to maybe touch on the ASN issues that have been raised by Councillor Johnson there?
Yes, thank you very much, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Johnson, for your question there, and good afternoon, everyone. Really just to offer reassurances to members that we are working on a daily basis with our HR business partners, and the Senior Education Manager is working on an ongoing basis with our head teachers to monitor the situation, not only in our ASN established, but in our schools across the estate. We have a pro forma system which is allowing head teachers to respond directly to the business partners where they have any cover requirements that cannot be met within their school. That refers not only to teacher cover but also to support staff cover, and we are working as quickly as we can to support where there is any particular need identified and to offer reassurances to our head teachers. Obviously that is included within the work that we're doing in managing and monitoring teacher attendance and support staff attendance across the service, really to be as responsive as we possibly can. I think it's also important to, since there are two questions relating to this, I can see the other one in the chat bar, is also to be aware of the ongoing work that we're doing with the parent councils within our ASN establishments as well, to offer them as many reassurances as possible, and also to take on board and to respond as quickly as we can to any need or issues arising. I hope that's helpful to you, Councillor Johnson.
Okay, thank you. And hopefully that covers off Councillor Graham's point, which he put in the chat bar. Are you happy with that, Councillor Graham?
I am indeed, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, I'm muting myself there, apologies. Councillor Mooney, followed by Councillor Bob Burgess. Councillor Mooney.
Thank you very much, Convener. Just to reiterate what everyone else has said about the excellent work from Education and Families on behalf of myself and Thornywood area, especially to the officers and the Convener himself, who have helped me with quite a lot of cross-boundary issues, which Thornywood tends to get much more of than other areas. So a big thank you to them. Now, the questions that I've got, please do not see them as a criticism, but being financially minded, I just need some answers if that's okay. So Derek mentioned earlier on that the schools use the mobile phones to contact the parents with regards to the voucher schemes, but there will be a lot of parents who won't have mobile phones, especially those who live in poverty, which quite a large area of my ward is impoverished. And so I would like to hear what the schools or what the officers or what the staff did to work around that, because they must have a list of people who don't have mobile phones but are entitled to free school meals. Were the letters sent out? How did we engage with the people? Because that might be the 15% that we were missing. The second question is the £20 that we offered out. As you had stated, we were the only council in the full of Scotland to do that. So what led to the £20 decision? Was it that it was comparable with the amount that's normally claimed in free school meals for someone who's entitled to it on a weekly basis? You know, at the moment we're running with a deficit in the budget, and by giving an extra £5 over and above, it would have equated to £1,017,075 of an overspend throughout just the period up until the end of the school term. That's not counting in the 1 to 3 year primary 1 to 3s who also got that entitlement, which other authorities, I believe, didn't offer. So obviously there's a concern about overspending there, and I appreciate that, you know, perhaps the sentiments that it came from were the correct ones, but obviously we've got to answer to the public with the money that we spend on their behalf. The other thing is, with regards to the uptake of the 85%, how does that compare to the normal school lunch uptake on a week-to-week basis? You know, is there about the same amount? Is it normally 85% of the children that take up the free school lunches? I'd be interested to hear what the comparison is there. And also, with regards to some trend analysis around the 15% that haven't claimed it, you know, what kind of analysis has been done there? Who is it that's going to be doing that analysis, and what kind of provisions are you going to put in place to make sure that there is 100% in future, and to make sure that the people who truly need it do get it? Thank you.
Yeah, certainly a number of points there. I mean, certainly in terms of the vouchers, I know that there were multiple avenues for ensuring the distribution of vouchers to families in the most need. Maybe that can be picked up on. Thomas, do you maybe just want to touch specifically on the finance that's been raised there by Councillor Mooney in terms of the how that was equated effectively, and then I'll maybe bring Derek in on some of your other points that you've raised there, Nora. Thanks for that. Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. So to start with, just putting a bit of context to this, that initial decision taken by the Council's Gold Command was at the very start of the lockdown period, and in terms of scenarios that were potentially getting painted by the government in terms of how tough the COVID period would be, I think part of the decision at that point was to ensure as many people as possible got support. In terms of the actual amount, yeah, I think it did come into it in terms of the £3 of free school meal per day was part of that decision, and that multiplied up really across a 7-day week of a payment of around about £20. What I would say is that the service and council reflected on that, and in terms of the summer free school meal voucher option, the P1 to 3 universal pupils, they were taken out of the eligibility for that. So what I would say that decision was taken at a point in time. It was taken in the context of a COVID pandemic, which was going to be incredibly damaging to families, and that was part of the reason at that point in time. And as I say, the £20, as I say, part of the drive to that came to that conclusion was the £3 per day.
And I think just to add to that, obviously the council provides a 7-day offering effectively, Nora, as you know, through the sort of Club 365 offering at weekends. Derek, do you want to maybe add anything to that in terms of Councillor Mooney's other points?
No, I think all I would say to you, Councillor Mooney, is we had a backup system which was paper vouchers, and anybody who couldn't redeem through the electronic system was provided with paper vouchers. We even had a supporting people scheme working across the council, coordinated through housing colleagues, where actually, and with CLD colleagues involved in this, where actually if anybody was really struggling to use or to get the voucher, we would either go and get the voucher for them, we would either take the phone and redeem it, or we would actually take a paper voucher and go and get them their shopping. Loads and loads of stuff was done. Housing, CLD, social work, education staff, working together, holistic support for families. To be honest with you, I should probably have said that in the initial conversation, but to be honest, there's so many things have been done for families that you probably can't articulate it all. But I definitely would say to you that that's not going to be the reason why for the 15% per se. But the 15% issue for us is a wider piece of work we need to do as a council about how we're going to reach families that are not taking up things that they're entitled to. And if you talk to the likes of John Campbell, he'll put the figure into millions of pounds that's unredeemed in terms of benefits generally in the North Lanarkshire area, and that is a huge kind of crippling effect on the kind of North Lanarkshire economy, because people could have more money that they could spend, and that would help us all overall. So some of those things are just to do with people's inabilities to kind of engage with some of the kind of the systems that are out there, and I certainly think we need to do a lot more to help with that. But that's a piece of work that will be done evaluatively with our colleagues in financial inclusion, and it will be coming forward through the course of this year in the form of lessons learned.
And I think one of the bits of feedback that seems to be coming around the Scottish Welfare Fund, and the fact that at the minute there hasn't been such a demand on the Scottish Welfare Fund, has been the implementation of the voucher scheme that supported families throughout this period. And actually there is some feedback that's coming through the financial maximisation team around that. So it will be interesting to see them sort of flesh that out in more detail. Councillor Burgess.
Thanks for that, Convener. I'd just like to pick up on your points again. There's just the one question I want to ask, and it's about the vouchers. I've had a lot of fears about vouchers since I've had personal experience of what we called in those days fiddling the vouchers. But anyway, do we have any idea if there has been any misuse of the voucher system, i.e. money going elsewhere as opposed to going to help the kids that it's there for? I've had one story, and well, we had one about 2 months ago in Wishaw and another one this week. So is there anything that we know about it that we could put a finger on saying, yeah, this could be up for misuse?
That's not the feedback I've got to say that I've been receiving, and certainly the view is that there has been the vouchers have been used for the purpose in which they've been issued broadly. I'll maybe just leave it at that. Councillor Burgess. Councillor Gallagher.
Thanks, Convener. It's to actually pick up on a point that Councillor Larson raised, and it could be my direction, but I didn't hear an answer for it. And it was in relation to the Eat Out to Help Out scheme. It's just to re-ask the question, why did North Lanarkshire Council not sign up to this? Because I think it could have been a missed opportunity. It could have helped, a multitude of families going through, quite an easy time during COVID. So I'm just wondering why the council didn't pick it up and actually take advantage of this scheme.
There was a specific challenge that Derek outlined in relation to that move to cashless. But Derek, can you maybe just repeat your answer to Councillor Gallagher, just in case she missed it when you were speaking to Councillor Larson?
Yeah, and I'm actually aware that I never answered fully Councillor Mooney's question about the uptake for free school meals in schools. We just couldn't do it, Councillor Gallagher. We would have loved to have done it, but the cashless payment system was going in for the first time, and we weren't able to kind of make the arrangements work through the new system that was going in. We were moving from a cash to a cashless system. It was part of a kind of planned programme of activity through enterprise and communities. And it was not something in implementing that new system. They couldn't actually cope with the mechanisms of giving the kind of the reductions in cost back to the kind of users. And it's an unfortunate thing, but it just couldn't be done as part of that. And it's something that I probably regret, because I think it would have been great to have been able to do it. I should also say, and apologies, Councillor Mooney, the uptake for the vouchers is much, much higher than uptake for free school meals in schools. And it's one of the kind of great sadnesses, I suppose, is that because of a perception of kind of stigma around it, you don't often get the people who require the free school meals, especially as they get a bit older, wishing to kind of take them up. So actually the vouchers are extremely efficient in meeting the needs of people who require them. And probably even more so than the actual requiring the children to go along and get the meals, when probably what they'd prefer to do would be to go and purchase something else. So that is definitely one of these conundrums that we're going to have to wrestle with going forward. If it turns out, if you want to make sure that the money goes to families, the vouchers is extremely efficient, and I would generally say that that's one of the quite amazing things about this period. Uptake for free school meals much lower, and we'll certainly give Councillor Mooney that information separate to the council.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Gallagher is happy with that answer. Councillor Barclay.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to come in and give my thanks to all of the education, all of the officers, all the way down to every support worker and everyone that helped through this and is continuing to do so. The experience that I had with the Cumbernauld Academy Hub was exactly the same as you spoke, Derek, about St Ambrose. The information that was coming through was that people found themselves in a situation where they knew they had to go to work because they were a key worker and they didn't know where to turn. They were looking for advice and they were being told, turn up at the academy, register, and it will be fine. And it was. And the feedback has been amazing. Also, the feedback that I've been given about the voucher system, yes, there were teething troubles. Were they the type of teething troubles that would have came bringing in any new system? Yes, they were. Were they the type of teething troubles that we would have thought we would have had when you were bringing in a new system as quickly and under the circumstances? No, you would have thought it would have been 100-fold. And I also want to commend Anne Monroe and her team for any constituents that came to me, which was really minuscule concerning the number of people that were getting vouchers. They were quick off the mark to get it resolved. The problem that they seemed to have more was on the shop side of things. It was places that were going and having problems actually redeeming them. And that to a great extent was an initial problem that sorted out. All of these things are a learning curve, but the feedback that I was getting from the constituents from a large part of my ward of people who are in poverty is that they were so thankful for the support that they were given from absolutely everything, from the people who were shielding with all of that, but also for the parents that were then having to homeschool and the support they were getting, and for the free school vouchers. And no, there was nothing came back to me of anything at all where anything untoward was going on where vouchers were concerned. So I just want to put that on record and say thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Barclay. I think I can't disagree with anything that you've said there. You know, there was a speedy response to any issues that I raised as well, and certainly you're right. I think in the initial stages of it, there were maybe a few issues with some of the retailers, but those were addressed fairly quickly as well, and that's to the credit of the retailers, I've got to say, who were able to sort of work with their team and get over any of these initial challenges. So thanks for that, Councillor Hogg, and then I think we'll maybe draw a line under it after Councillor Hogg. Councillor Hogg.
Hi, Convener. Could I express my, it's almost unstinting praise for Derek, Alison, Gerard, and Anne's team and the phenomenal work they have done, especially working over weekends, nights, doing stuff with their backs to the wall, and effectively helping to keep people alive and prevent starvation throughout North Lanarkshire. They have been unbelievable. I don't think there's any words we can express in high enough praise for the amazing human work, backs against the wall from our senior officials. So I'm lost for words in the praise and the humanity and care that you have shown for people in our area. Obviously, I've got questions for certain things, but they're not specific to do with this. But I'll simply leave it at that. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for what you have done. It's been amazing.
Thank you very much, Councillor, for those kind comments, and certainly that I know that a lot of praise for the senior officers and of course all of the officers who work within the service and across the council for their efforts. So thanks for that. Colleagues, you see the recommendations within this report. Are we happy to agree the recommendations?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Takes us to our next agenda item, which is the Club 365 model for the recovery phase. Colleagues, as you'll see from the report, this is an ambitious proposal, again, given the challenges that we've got in delivering Club 365 because of the restrictions that are placed on us all at this time. It certainly is an ambitious and a bold proposal based on much of the discussion that we've just had in relation to the sort of voucher scheme that's operated. So I'll ask Anne Munro if she can take us through this report. Anne.
Thank you again, Convener. And as you've mentioned, a lot of the context within the report has already been discussed. So I will talk you through the report, and apologies if I am repeating anything that has already come through in the detailed discussions there. As members will see, the report provides committee with information to allow a decision to be made on the operating model for Club 365 during this current COVID-19 recovery phase. In the context that we've just discussed there in relation to the pandemic, it is very clear that the support offered through Club 365 contributes to the Council's broader anti-poverty strategy approaches, and members will be very aware, as Derek has highlighted in his presentation, measures outlined by the Scottish Government and advice to local authorities to help minimise COVID-related health and safety risks. These impact directly on our planned delivery model for Club 365. Section 1 in the background has already been addressed through conversations and through discussions and questions this afternoon. It highlights the North Lanarkshire response to supporting children and families during the emergency period, including the early decision, as we've just talked about there, in March to implement the voucher scheme for all pupils, including universal, who are entitled to free school meals, the continuation of the scheme through the summer on a more targeted basis through the income-related award criteria, and highlights again that with these supports in place, Club 365 did not operate during this period. Section 2 provides the detail that Derek has also highlighted in the guidance to schools and reflects the restrictions and mitigating actions that we are required to consider and address and to apply. In particular, and Derek highlighted this also, the key instruction to ensure children and young people are kept in social bubbles where possible, with movement between schools kept to a minimum. As a consequence, the service has considered a revised delivery proposal, and this is outlined in section 2.2. And this proposal specifically relates through to the end of the financial year on the 31st of March 2021. I do want to highlight and to stress again, in taking on board a number of the conversations, the discussions and the questions already, the officers will prepare a further report on Club 365, including recommendations for delivery of the programme post the 31st of March, obviously taking cognizance of any additional requirements and prevailing government health and safety guidelines and available funding. In section 2.2, there is a very important reference to the committee approved model, and again the model that's currently not viable, but it also highlights the challenges that we have had in considering alternative options. We've discussed this through recovery group, through corporate management team, and as a result, and through the team itself, and as a result of this, that the proposal is included within the report, which highlights that the full budget of £1.09 million is available to support an alternative model for the remainder of this year. We considered lots of the things that we've talked about today, about the cohort who would be eligible, and all of those factors have already been discussed. And we would therefore anticipate that any planned further use of such a voucher scheme to enable the delivery would target those families most in need and who qualify under revenue and benefits criteria for free school meals, and it would be aimed, as Club 365 has been, at primary age children. We've also had lengthy discussions this afternoon, very important discussions about the redemption rate of the vouchers. We're looking at figures between 85% and 90%, and if we do adopt a voucher scheme, we would be looking at a model of a 10% attrition rate that we've used there, and Table 2 highlights these numbers. So in conclusion then, in terms of the voucher is model proposed, 2.2.5. The viable option that has been considered is that we would use the full available budget. It would be used during the period up until the 31st of March. The voucher option would be based on the discussions that we've already had, the existing model through PayPoint. It would be made in respect of all 85 days of weekends and holidays during the period, and that period would be from the 15th of August. And payments would be paid automatically using the tried and tested system that we've had, and we have learned a lot from the lessons that we've talked about. Would be paid on a 4-weekly basis, and you can see in Table 3 how we would use it, and it would be to the value of £2.43. Before I finish, can I draw your attention to an important point in relation to risk? It's in section 4.4. We sought confirmation from DWP that payments of this nature would not adversely affect families on benefits during the emergency period, and we were given that confirmation. We propose that we would monitor this very, very closely and adapt or change if indeed that position were to change. So in conclusion, can I ask committee to note the contents of the report and approve the proposed interim Club 365 voucher scheme? Thank you, convener.
Thank you very much for that, Anne. It's an excellent piece of work, I've got to say, and just to say apologies to the committee for the report coming a wee bit late. That was part of the reason for that, as Anne touched on right at the very end there, a really important point around those discussions with DWP in relation to any sort of a potential loss in benefit as a consequence of moving to this scheme. So it was important to get clarity around that specific issue. I see a number of questions on this, so I'll bring in Councillor Johnson, followed by Councillor McGowan. Councillor Johnson, Tom Johnson.
Thanks, convener. I'm looking for clarification here. I've written a number of times about Club 365, and up until now, something like 27% of the cost of the club has been met by the Scottish Government. Now, as I recall, you can correct me if I'm wrong, with the Scottish Government allowing North Lanarkshire Council to take PEF money and use it for the social side, which made it into a club. Now, because of the emergency, as I understand this report, the club social side has disappeared. So does that mean that the money, the Scottish Government money, which was PEF, now reverts back to the schools as PEF money because it's not being the social side is not being utilised? As I understand it, the council paid for the food, the transport of the food, and the Scottish Government paid, I think, for the accommodation and the staff to organise games, etc. So is that PEF money that now goes back to the schools for this period up to the 31st of March?
I just think we need to be clear about that. It was never Pupil Equity Fund money. It was Scottish Attainment Challenge money. So there's a key difference there in relation to, you know, it wasn't PEF money that was being taken from schools. It was the Scottish Attainment Challenge funding that I think you're referencing there, Councillor Johnson. I'll bring Derek in just on that specific point, just to give you that assurance in relation to the funding. Derek?
It's absolutely true to say that I think it's about £200,000 of the total budget of Club 365, the Scottish Government budget, and it's paid for through the SAC funded programme, and that's part of an agreed framework. There was an agreement with Scottish Government that it wouldn't be used for the food dimension, but for things around learning loss, etc. So more on the kind of research side, etc., and more on the kind of learning loss type kind of learning model type thing. But Scottish Government have been in discussion with us, and obviously they've given local authorities flexibility as to how they use grants like SAC and PEF, etc., and have understood that we are going to flex our Club 365 model pending this decision, based on the needs of our young people, so as to make sure that the model can run. So this becomes part of a rephrased. Obviously, we'll bring through council in due course, but there's a clear decision needed today. But I can reassure you, Councillor Johnson, as regards the points you've raised.
Yes, but the SAC cash goes back into SAC.
Sorry, Councillor Johnson, I couldn't hear you there.
Just to be clear, I take it that the SAC cash, which is not to be used now, SAC,
the money that's been allocated to Club 3, the money that was allocated for Club 365 is before the budget policy and strategy. Is the budget that has been aligned to Club 3 to the Club 365 recovery model. As Derek was saying there, there's been flexibility built in to the use of SAC and PEF and 1140 budgets by the Scottish Government. That commitment was given by Kate Forbes earlier in the year. So there is full flexibility there. So hopefully that gives you a wee bit of reassurance that there aren't any concerns around the use of this funding by the Scottish Government. I'll bring in. Thank you. I'll bring in Councillor McGowan. Councillor McGowan.
Thank you, Convener. I just want to say that I totally support the voucher scheme, and I think it's quite unbelievable how the problems were sorted out so quickly at the beginning and all constituents were happy. So I think it's an amazing feat. The one bit that depressed me in the Club 365 was 213, where sports and leisure activities had to stop due to the virus, due to the pandemic. And that was the case early on in the pandemic. But as far as I understand now, especially for children under 12, sports clubs can start up again. Certainly, my grandson's back at his rugby, and football teams have started up. Is there a thought now that the lockdown is relaxed a bit as far as sport and as far as sports centres and swimming pools go, that activities could be gradually brought back online? Because for all that I support digital NL and children using computers, sometimes they just need to be out running about to lower stress and for mental health reasons. They've probably been inside a lot over the summer and not doing activities. Is there a thought of bringing that gradually back online for Club 365?
I mean, obviously, Councillor McGowan, I think that this is something that we're putting in place for the foreseeable future, but it's something that has to be, you're right, reviewed going forward in line with government guidance in relation to these the important points that you've raised there. But I'll bring Anne Munro in on the specific challenges that we have around COVID guidance and current government rules in relation to these gatherings. Anne?
Thank you very much, Convener, and thank you, Councillor McGowan. And I know that the colleagues who have been involved in Club 365, the importance of activity-based learning was a real key plank in the work that we had been doing, and I know that that has been put on hold at the moment in line with the guidance. I would specifically, and I know that what you have said there in terms of there is some information now coming out in terms of relaxing guidance, but the work that we are involved in doing is specifically to maintain the social bubbles as far as we possibly can and to minimise any kind of risk. And I know that through analyses that we have been doing, that children often are in different places over the holiday period and perhaps over weekend, and in order to mitigate risks of children being out with these bubbles, that's very much been our consideration that we've taken over planning and preparing and proposing this approach. What I would really want to reassure you is that we will be monitoring, obviously, the guidance as it comes out on an ongoing basis. We are proposing that we will come back to committee with the model moving forward, and as we've referenced there, this is an interim approach and will keep a very clear eye, a very close eye on the work, on the guidance that's coming out from the Scottish Government in order to provide, when we can, the flexible, active, enjoyable learning that I know so many young people have been involved in. Thank you, Councillor McGowan.
Thank you, Anne. Thanks, Agnes, for those questions. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Convener, and I really got to say Club 365 was groundbreaking in its approach to tackle some of the issues around poverty, and it was we saw in previous reports the impact it had on our communities, and it's needed just as greatly previously as it is now in the months and years and days ahead. I think, I mean, the critical thing is it's phenomenal that you've created a new model which works in the COVID environment, and huge credit to yourself and the officers for coming forward with this. Again, very groundbreaking, and I hope other parts of the country follow this model to try and help support people as best they can. My question's around, and in terms of the Connecting Families part of the Club 365, which was developed, and that was really targeting some of the most vulnerable, ASN, carers, etc., people that maybe were hardest to reach. And I understand why it would be difficult in the current climate to maybe have the Connected Families part, but is there a way for us to develop it to make sure as we go forward that we are still reaching out to those who are most vulnerable? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Convener Councillor Kelly. Yes, again, you'll see that Connecting Families is included in this part of the paper, and as we move forward and as we progress to other papers this afternoon, one of the pieces of work that we've been doing in the team is about establishing our empowered clusters model, and the work that Alison's team have been doing in social work. We've referenced a significant amount of support from our colleagues in CLD, our colleagues across a whole range of services that have really come together, and the hubs are one example of it, but there have been so many more. We will be using our cluster approach model and our revised GARFEC pathways approach to make sure that we continue to target our most vulnerable families and children, not just the children, but extending into the families. So the Connecting Families approach, while it's a big part of this, will be part of the model as we move forward, but actually more imminently in relation to our cluster model. Councillor Kelly.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Anne. I don't see any other requests to speak on this agenda item. Are we happy to agree with the recommendations as are outlined?
Agreed.
Thank you very much for that. Takes us on to our next agenda item, which is agenda item number 4, pages 75 to 84. It's implementation of organisational change. This relates to a number of the savings that the officers have been working through in recent months. As you shall see, there has been a significant amount of work that has been undertaken, and a lot of credit has to go to Anne Munro and her officials for progressing these. I would just ask if Anne could maybe highlight some of the main points within the report at this time. Thanks very much.
Again, Convener, thank you, and I should have offered my own apologies previously for the paper on Club 365 being delayed in coming to you, so thank you for that. Apologies again that you're going to be listening to me talking again through this report. It's a lengthy report, and I will, as Convener has asked, focus on a number of the highlights and take you through the paper in a way which hopefully will help explain and expand upon the work that we've been doing. The committee will see from the report that it highlights the significant work of the service in implementing new workforce structures which have affected significant aspects of service provision, with a clear focus on establishing, as I've just mentioned there in terms of the cluster model, a more integrated approach to supporting our children, families and young people, and indeed improving outcomes for them. The report focuses mainly on streamlining of services in the central team, revision of management structures in our schools, and indeed the implementation of the cluster operating model. But can I also highlight to you at the outset, the report recognises and highlights that these changes have been taken also in line with our obligations required as part of council budget decisions. Section 1 I won't reference in detail at all, but it provides our evidence base for the workforce change and references key national and local policy, including the plan for North Lanarkshire, our own ASN review, and absolutely essentially getting it right for every child. You'll see in 1.7 there that the work that we have been doing is in line with delivering on our obligations to a total value of over £3.4 million. Section 2 of the report provides more detail, and you'll have been able to go through that yourself on 3 big aspects of this work that I wanted to draw to your attention. Firstly, the work that has been undertaken in the central team operating model. When we embarked on this, it was very much about designing this integrated approach, streamlined approach, which would really facilitate the key partnership working that we've referenced all afternoon. In streamlining the central team, we had an absolute obligation to achieve £0.389 million worth of savings agreed in 2019. The work that we've undertaken has involved removing the education officer posts, well, not removing, reducing them from 3 to 2 and redesignating them to senior education and families manager posts. We've reduced the number of CIOs to 3 and introduced 8 education and families manager. And again, to align with questions that have come up earlier, I think it's important to highlight that the 3 CIOs are focused exclusively on inclusion. I do want to say that in the context of the emerging COVID-19 emergency situation, we felt the really need to implement the restructuring quicker, and I'm pleased to let you know it has now been implemented 7 months ahead of schedule. And you'll see in Table 1 the breakdown of the central team. I do want to draw your attention to the important work that Alison has been engaging in the reconfiguration of senior management posts within social work, and that contributes to this very integrated team. Section 2.2 references work that we were very heavily supported with by our joint teacher trade unions. I want to acknowledge that work in the area of secondary management structures. We had an obligation to achieve a saving of £0.150 million, and this work has impacted on staff, and you'll see the way in which it has been done in 2.2.4. And again, I really want to, as I've referenced there, highlight the support from our business partners in HR. Our head teachers have been fantastic, and the affected post holders who've worked very closely with our GINCT to minimise impact and enable us to achieve this saving. I would also say that, and it's highlighted in your report, a further total saving of £0.8 million will be realised from 2023-24 onwards. Section 2.3 takes me back to many of the conversations and highlights the third key area that we've worked with in our obligations to meet the requirements of the ASN review and establish our integrated cluster wellbeing teams and bases. That was linked into the secondary management structure process, and really that has helped facilitate the implementation of the ASN review and the new model. We have worked to establish new cluster wellbeing teams and bases. We are working towards the implementation of our cluster allocations model and are currently continuing to engage with colleagues in the creation of a pupil support service and learning assistant role. All of the details outlined for you in the report. This section provides an update. I'm really pleased to tell you, really delighted to let you know that in a relatively short space of time, we now have our cluster wellbeing teams in place. We have appointed our 15 cluster innovation and improvement leads. They are out working just now, supporting in many cases very vulnerable children. Our cluster support teachers are now in post doing likewise, and we are working towards our newly designed pupil support role. In regards to the cluster wellbeing teams, we have been had again tremendous support from our teacher trade unions in working with us to ensure that we are able to redeploy, to move our former network support teachers into these really good new roles of cluster support teacher, achieving a saving of over £2 million. Our additional support managers have been redeployed into the post of SIL. They bring a wealth of experience, expertise and knowledge into this post, and that achieves the approved council saving aligned to that. And we are continuing to work with the GICC mechanism in order to meet our commitment to review the classroom assistant post, work towards a new pathway model for the learning support role, learning assistant role rather, which will show the kind of progression pathway that we've seen through the 1140 model. What I would say to you is the significance of the empowering clusters model is a real key driver for change, and I have mentioned that earlier, and I think it is important to emphasise again, enabling our schools, our school leaders, supported by redesigned teams to more effectively work together, and our progress in this has been really significant. So I should also say all 23 cluster chairs have now been appointed as well, so we've been busy, we've worked hard, and this is a process that is now well underway. The report also signposts our next steps, particularly in relation to the work of Alison's team in social work and justice, and again recognises the commitment that we have made to achieve the saving of £3.41 million through a very important strategic change programme. So in conclusion, if I could recommend that Education and Families Committee notes the contents of this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Anne, I see Councillor McGowan has indicated a request to speak. Councillor McGowan.
Well done for all changes in all this organisation. You've worked hard, and I'm sure it will work very well. Cluster idea with all the services in the one place that children can access, I think is a very forward-looking idea. Very, very simple what I want to ask. You've got all the new people in the central team operating model, all the people that are in that. Could I ask that we could have that with names and phone numbers and emails, so that I think I've lost the plot as to who is who now in all these different areas. So could I possibly have that with all the names, phone numbers and emails, so that I know who to contact for the right area?
We can make sure that is provided, Councillor McGowan, to all elected members, so that they know their points of contact. Absolutely no problem at all. Any other? Sorry, Councillor Linden.
Thanks, convener. I wasn't sure where Councillor McGowan was going there when she said she'd lost the plot, but I was reassured when she mentioned the booklet. Apologies for the background noise. I'm currently babysitting. So section 2.3 of the report, and Anne's touched on this around the ASN review and the establishment of the cluster wellbeing teams and bases. I just wondered, Anne, in terms of the reporting structures to committee, when we could anticipate seeing a further report on the outcome or update on progress of the implementation of that model, and perhaps any early successes or indications of that model working in practice, given that it was a key recommendation of the ASN review. Thanks, convener.
Thank you, Councillor Linden. Anne?
Thank you very much, Councillor Linden. It's absolutely critical that we bring a report back to the next committee with an update on the work that we have been doing. Our officers are already underway in planning and preparing for that report in order to provide the essential update to members. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne. Hope that satisfies Councillor Linden. No other questions. Are we happy to note the recommendations of the report? Thank you very much. That takes us on to our next agenda over here, which is our update on our early learning and childcare expansion programme. I'm sure, as we've spoke about earlier, as Derek had touched on, and I think Councillor McGowan and others had mentioned it in relation to the work that's taking place and getting our 1140 plans online, and we've agreed, as you'll be aware, the full rollout to take place by the end of this month. I'm pleased to say that as of today, 82% of the council's early learning and childcare centres are now delivering 1140. It's continuing to increase on a daily basis, and that is to the credit of the early learning and childcare team, who have been under Gerard, who have been absolutely diligent in the work that they have done in recent months in an incredibly challenging time. So I will ask Gerard McLaughlin if he can take us through the main points within this report. Gerard?
Many thanks, convener. Good afternoon, everyone. The report, as convener says, provides an update on the Education and Families Committee on the progress of 1140 hours in early years. You will see that from the start of the report, there's 4 main points for noting and asking for approval for one change in policy. You will see in the main section of the report, in response to the current pandemic, Scottish Government, in conjunction with COSLA, advised that the statutory duty to deliver 1140 hours was suspended, with a new deadline still to be determined. However, you will see the fact that during the lockdown period, there was the Gold Command, and I took a number of papers there for approval.
and those are all listed in Appendix 1. You'll also see that during the meeting of Gold Command on the 16th of the 6th, there was a report produced and agreement was made, as the convener has just mentioned, that we would be working towards the full implementation of 1140 hours by the end of this month. Just to put that in context, many councils have said they are working towards this, but when you look at the scale for North Lanarkshire, we have 114 childminders. 96 of them have already switched on 1140. The remaining do not want to switch on. For them, they're working in partnership on a blended model. 42 of our partners, and they are also, as you know, last year and this year have already switched on 1140 hours. We have 103 council settings, and as Kavina said, we have switched on now 84, which is 82% of our council provisions, which is absolutely huge amount of work, as Kavina said, behind the scenes. I take you to section 2.2 of the report, the infrastructure. Due to COVID-19, the council is obtaining legal advice on all construction contracts, including the ELC nursery expansion programme, in respect of procedures in the programme delays and potential contract claims for loss and expense. So I'll be able to give you that as an update at a later point. I think it'd be worth highlighting table 1 under infrastructure, which talks about the issues that we had due to COVID lockdown. Our target finishing times have now been revised. You will note that there are 3 of our new facilities that should be ready in October, which is great news. At the bottom of that report in section 2.2.3, at present, Forgewood Family Centre, unfortunately, we've still got the issue with Scottish Water, and hopefully that will get commenced in due course. In section 2.2.4, with regards to Cumbernauld Village, councillors will be aware the village itself has a pre-medieval history, with a Roman settlement being built in the area due to its proximity to the Antonine Wall. And after the Roman period, the settlement remained and grew. So therefore, an archaeological investigation had to take place. But I'm delighted to inform committee there are no issues in us proceeding with the new facility, which is absolutely great news. I can now confirm that the work will begin in mid-October. And in addition, I can also confirm that there should be no impact due to the house building that will be on that particular site as well. I would like to draw your attention to Heathery Park Family Learning Centre. That is one that is a cause for concern for me and for early years and for the board, and the fact that we have had a number of issues about water discharge. We have commissioned a survey. The survey report is back. There are a number of options. All the options are of huge risk, and the board has decided, that's the 1140 delivery board has decided that we should do an all options report on that particular site. At the next report, I'll be able to give a more detailed report about options that we are now considering for that particular site. So in summary, for Heathery Park, real risks around the actual land because of water discharge, and I think we would have ongoing issues moving forward. Further on in the report, outlines in table 2 the new settings that we are waiting to implement, but our contingency settings that we have put in place, which have all had the Care Inspectorate approval through risk assessments, documentation, and also photographs that have been sent to the Care Inspectorate to tell them about and to show them our contingency plans. In table 3, I think, is a good news story, outlines the inclusion and birth to 2 services that we will provide in our family learning centres, and probably a mission, but I will have it strengthened in the next report, is in the north. As you'll be aware, we have the Bear Memorial, we have Redburn for our early years inclusion, and I'll give more detailed report on that the next time. With regards to the workforce section, you'll see in table 4, there has been a lot of work being carried out in appointing from quality officers, heads of centres, and also to other valuable officers that are required to get the 1140 programme up and running. One of the first discussions I had with funded providers was about lessons learned previously, and that was with regards to the implementation of 600 hours pre-Gerard McLaughlin being involved in early years, it has to be said. However, I did listen to the funded providers who said that we took away their trained staff. So we have been very, very careful not to do that. The recent adverts that have gone out for NLC 7 and NLC 4 posts are 1-year temporary contracts. They are not permanent contracts, so as not to try and take away any of the staff from other people, services, etc. So we have tried to keep it within the council for the appointments. I draw your attention to section 2.3.4, which talks about the 11 modern apprentices and 24 career changers that have been recruited into the service, as an example, along with a whole range of others to help support the programme. Section 2.4, you'll see about the Early Learning Childcare Family Learning Centre hubs and a rationale behind that. I'd highlight, as you will remember, a way back, quality being at the heart of this. And now that the fact we have got 5 quality officers in post, they will support our council services, our childminders, and our funded providers. And they have already started to make visits, whether it be virtual or face-to-face visits with some of those services. You'll see in section 2.6 of the report, the facility support services have already, as we switch on 1140, each of the establishments, there is a full healthy packed lunch or hot lunch, and we will work towards a full implementation of a hot lunch for all our children. From a procurement perspective, I think it's worth highlighting again that procurement framework that was set up. But I would also remind committee of the fact that way back in August 2018, due to the additional funding that we received from Scottish Government, the Equity and Excellent Leads, we were able to provide our funded providers with 3, which totaled £111,000. Back in May 2019, you'll also remember, you approved a grant funding support to our funded providers for £370,000. You'll also remember in August 2019, you approved the 1,140 hours at £11.8 million framework, plus an additional £1.2 million for lunches. In August 2020, we have implemented again for our funded providers that programme, that framework again. In addition, just recently, some of you will be aware there is a transitional fund that has come in. It's £494,000, which again will go to funded providers and to childminders. You'll see in section 2.8 of the report, just backing up again the payments that we have given, that is going back to the Gold Command approval that we would give 100%. That's 1,140 hours at the 555 as an average. So if you're a funded provider and you were getting £30,000 from North Lanarkshire Council, you would, in another council, you may only get 15,000. And the same, if you were a funded provider and you're getting £220,000 from North Lanarkshire Council, in another council, you may only get 110 to about £150,000. I would also like to draw your attention to section 2.8.4 of the report, which highlights about the cross-boundary protocols. A number of you asked a number of questions about this, and I'm glad to say that we have now got that in place. I would also like to draw your attention to section 2.8.6 of the report, and you will all be aware of this because of the presentation that Derek gave, that in recent months it's been found that higher than usual levels of requests for vulnerable children have been received and are expected to continue. An example of that recently is a young baby who needed the support in one of our family learning centres, who was in danger of being taken into care, and because of the services that have now been implemented, have been supported within our family learning centres. In section 2.9, the communications report, gives you an idea of all the communications that have taken place, and Appendix 3 gives you a list of those specific dates. I'd highlight Section 2.10 of the report, the capital and the revenue, but especially at the moment, the revised capital overspend of potential overspend of £1.039 million. And finally, as noted at the beginning of the report, I'm asking for Education and Families to note 4 of the areas and approve the change in policy with regard to the rate applicable for daycare provision as per Section 2.8.6 of the report. Happy to take any questions now, Convener.
Thank you very much for that, Gerard. There are a number of people who have expressed an interest to speak. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you very much, Convener. And you know, I sympathise with the challenges that 1140's brought, particularly during coronavirus. And I understand, you know, that the teams have been working hard to try and get through the issues that have come about because of coronavirus, and obviously the stop to the model. My questions relate to late application staffing and blended models. If I could take late applications first, and if I can just confirm with council officers that the council has now communicated fully with PVI providers in relation to late applications, and are funded providers now able to offer parents and guardians places at their nursery, and also following that, will the council provide funding for those places? Next, in terms of the blended model, I appreciate that some parents haven't been able to get their first, second or third choices. Is the council able to offer a blended model like South Lanarkshire, where they get some days within a private provider, for example, if that's their preferred choice, and then the other days they can go to a council-run facility that wasn't their preferred choice, to try and give parents more of an opportunity and flexibility in terms of their availability and when they can take their children to a nursery that's convenient to them. And the last one, which is on staffing, and it's just to find out if North Lanarkshire Council are paying funded providers to take on staff at their businesses, which is recently recruited through the NLC programme. And if so, what would the NLC banding be on that, and why was that decision taken? Thank you very much, Convener.
Thanks for that, Councillor Gallagher. I'll bring Gerard in a second. I think just in terms of the number of parents who get first, second, third choice, or in relation to that question, I think 96% of families have got either the first or second choice through the processes that have taken place. I'll bring Gerard in on the specifics of that and the other issues that you've raised there, Councillor Gallagher. Thanks. Gerard.
Councillor Gallagher, good afternoon. With regards to the late applications, we've had late applications every single year. This year has obviously been particularly difficult because of the implementation of 1140 hours. That's why we have a policy in place that we follow, which is the same principles that are applied to those parents and carers that are applying to a funded provider as they would to a council. They are managed in the same way. As the convener has already said, we have got a very high percentage of those people who have either had their first or their second choices. With regards to communication to funded providers, I can confirm that has happened, and the service will work with the funded providers with regards to those late applications. It varies centre by funded provider based on the capacities that they specifically have. So there are times where a number of the funded providers may have spaces because children have moved on, and then we work with them. With regards to funding, all early years as a service is doing is fulfilling the council policy, which is a framework that was agreed in committee, and that is the policy that we are following and implementing. With regards to the blended model, I don't know the specific case that you may be talking about, but I'm happy to speak to you offline on this one, find out exactly what it is that maybe the parent or carer is asking for, and we can actually have a look at that. With regards to the staffing, What I would say is that we have our own structures within the council. These are grades that have already been job-sized across the council. So the specifics are as follows: that 50 NLC 4 posts that were advertised on a temporary 1-year contract, and there was also I think it was roughly about 25 to 35 NLC 7 posts. Again, they sit within the structures of the council, job size through the formal procedures that we go through.
Thank you. Megan, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, please, convener. It's just to find out though, has the council approached funded providers in terms of staffing to offer staff to funded providers if they are looking for staff? Is to find out if that dialogue has happened or taken place.
Councillor Gallagher, I can honestly say I'm unsure about whether or not that has actually, I don't remember seeing to myself anyway, but I can check any requests coming in for staffing. I've not been asked directly, I know that, but I can specifically find that one out and I can communicate that to you, Councillor Gallagher.
That'd be useful.
Thank you for that. Councillor McGowan.
Thank you very much, convener. 40 hours was a challenge to put in place even before the pandemic. I think North Lanarkshire did an amazing job in trying to get it running by the end of September, in addition to the other challenges in all our schools. But still, the PVI sector, a number of my constituents in the PVI sector have contacted me to say that they're still not happy with the level of communication between North Lanarkshire and the PVI. Could you give me an idea of what communication? I know we've got the list, but in 293 Appendix 3, they're stated there have been 23 communications with the PVI sector, but they feel there's not enough two-way communication. It's mostly information being given to them. So do you feel that the level of communication is effective? And one place where I think it wasn't effective from one of the sides is that Scottish Government paid 4.03 million to the PVI sector, and there's 190 providers. 65 delivered this at the time during lockdown. Why did they not all stay open? Some of them shut. There had to be other provision found, and I think these are being called pop-up nurseries now. So I would just like a wee bit of information on why you think they didn't all stay open to cover the children of essential workers. So it's about communication and about staying open at the time. Why did some of them close? Did they not know they were supposed to be doing that?
I mean, I've heard that terminology, Councillor McGowan, around pop-up nurseries used in a number of forums, and I do think it undermines, frankly, the efforts that our staff have gone to get the provision in place to support families across our communities. And the care inspectorate, I've got to say, have visited, I think, the majority of the temporary provision that we have put in place, and have signed off across the board. So I do have a concern around some of that language that has been used. I appreciate I do appreciate the manner in which you asked that question, Councillor McGowan. It's not a criticism of yourself there. What I would also say, it may be important for Gerard just to highlight the number of providers within Appendix 2 that did continue to function during the COVID period, and then maybe pick up a couple of the other points that you've raised there. Gerard?
Councillor McGowan, good afternoon. With regards to communication, I would say it is very hard. I prefer the face-to-face. It's not the same. I don't know what other councillors' feeling is about this, but there is something very different from a virtual. If we were to put all of the funded providers, that's 42 of them, onto the screen, and if you were to add in all the childminders, that's 103. By the time you do the introductions, the time's nearly already gone. but we could do smaller ones. But the face-to-face, we did say, we did write to funded providers, we said we'd do a face-to-face with a small representative group. We had a number of objections about that because they did not feel that was fair. But we are all living in a new world with regards to the COVID restrictions. We are looking for another way round that. I take on board what you're saying, that the communication has been seen as one way, and we'll maybe need to look for another way of doing that. But we have already tried to set up 2 additional meetings, and we will proceed in some shape or form. I did want to try and keep it a limit of 10. By the time we add in officers, that's where the risk assessment's been done in one of the particular rooms. That's probably the maximum I could probably bring in on a face-to-face basis. The face-to-face doesn't work, only to go for a larger virtual meeting, which would be a bit like this. But again, we are open to doing that. With regards to the contingency settings that we've set up, rather than using the pop-up, because having been in, it's a lot of time, as you've mentioned, Councillor McGowan, a lot of time and effort has been put in by early years workers to set up these contingency settings until we have got our new settings up and running. And they have, as the convener said, been passed by the Care Inspectorate who governs the early years. With regards to what happened in relation to during that lockdown, or just at that initial point, this is the contingency settings are in no relation to this. These are a separate, if you like, structure that we set up to support the temporary arrangements until the new settings are ready. With regards to what happened away back then, you've got to remember we were being asked to switch on something within 24 hours, which was absolutely amazing. And as has been said by Derek and the convener, 5 remained open. I do not have a reason for all of the funded providers and why they were unable to open. Some did come forward, said it was because of the risks that there were to the staff. Whereas we had to open up, as Derek has said, St Ambrose, Christon and Cumbernauld Village. We had to bring in resources from various different establishments. Derek saw St Ambrose, I was up in Cumbernauld. What was created up there was quite incredible and was well supported. And along with that, we kept all our family learning centres opened to support our most vulnerable children and our key workers. So a lot of time, a lot of effort went into that, but I'll certainly take the point away about the communication and try and see if there's something we can actually do to have more of the funded providers involved in a 2-way question and answer session.
Thank you, Gerard.
Thank you for that. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, convener. Gerard, would it be possible, kind of offline, to give a further update in the Fordred Family Centre, just the progress and some of the issues around it? I'd appreciate that. And convener, this is another excellent report, and Gerard's just covered the outstanding work of officers and staff throughout the council during the pandemic. And there's no doubt this report highlights that North Lanarkshire is leading the country in terms of delivering 1140, with almost, as you say, 82% in delivery, and the staff are doing an outstanding job and keeping us ahead of everywhere else and delivering this great service. However, I would like to raise one very concerning issue. I've seen on social media some derogatory and untrue comments regarding the work of our officers in delivering 1140 by accounts allegedly of some of the funded providers. These comments are completely out of order and highly disrespectful. Can you please advise what steps will be taken to address this?
Thanks for that, Councillor Kelly. I mean, I think that some of those comments, I have had sight of some of those comments. I know there are other elected members who have raised concerns about some of the language that is being used. I think it is appropriate that is referred to Archie Aitken as the monitoring officer and chief legal officer for the council to undertake any appropriate investigations as he sees fit. But I think it's right to say that we should be continuing to welcome the efforts of our senior officers and the early learning and childcare team as they continue to drive us forward in relation to this rollout. But I am aware that Archie Aitken is aware of these issues, and it will be for him to take a determination in that regard. Sorry, Councillor Campbell.
Thanks, convener. I would also like to thank the officers for the excellent work that they've done throughout this crisis, and because of that I also share Councillor Kelly's concerns. Some of the comments have been very disappointing. From the report, I understand that more than £11 million has been committed to the funding providers, including over £4 million that's gone to them during times when they were closed. I understand that the government, though, is going to be providing more funds. Can you actually confirm if this is the case?
Thanks for that, Councillor Campbell. In relation to the first point, again, I would perhaps reference you back to my response to Councillor Kelly. In relation to, there is, I think Gerard touched on it, the transition fund, which I believe is specifically focused on our funded providers, and I think that equates to £400,000. I might be wrong there, Gerard. Can you just confirm that?
Exactly, it's 494,000.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer your questions, Councillor Campbell?
I'd hope maybe it'd been more, but never mind.
Thank you. Councillor Tom Johnson.
Thank you. Just to say, as regards the programme for £20 million worth of new family learning centres provided by the Scottish Government, I particularly welcome the announcement about Cumbernauld Village. This with Gerald about the new housing which is likely to go in on the same site, and I'm glad to get assurances that any building of new housing on the site will not hinder in any way the timetable for completion of the village family learning centre. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson, for those comments. Councillor Claire Barclay.
Okay. Thanks, convener. Thanks for the report. I think it's an excellent report. It's showing the direction of travel, and it's really the work that's been done again is especially just now. Just a couple of questions that I've got or comments again, echoing Councillor Johnson's comments about the Cumbernauld Village. The community are delighted, and they're delighted about the nursery and the consultation and the work that's been done between yourselves and them to what we know is going to be an absolutely amazing resource. It's going to be something that's going to be really, really special. It's going to be part of the community. And obviously, because of the delays that were going on, that there comes a wee bit of concern coming into the community of what's going to happen. But seeing that everything was set up and we've got the provision, but working out of the community centre just now is absolutely marvellous, because it's showing the commitment to the community that, yeah, we don't have the building yet, it's coming, but we actually have the nursery and the family learning centre working out of the community. So really, thanks for that. And thanks for your comments about the village. That's very much appreciated. The other one was at 2.26, 2.2.6, and it was the ASM provision. And again, Gerard, thanks for your comments on that. There was a wee bit of concern again, because it was in the report it was stating about the ASM provision, but there isn't a family learning centre for solely ASM provision that's been that was designated there. So there was a wee bit of concern about exactly what the provision was going to look like within the Cumbernauld area. A few comments been made because the nearest FLC would be Jigsaw at Muirhead, and the whole idea of ASN, the review was that kids would not be travelling. So I'm glad to hear your comments about looking at that and the provision. And it's just to, if you can either elaborate here, or did you say there was going to be a further report coming to give us more detail around about Baird Memorial and Redburn and that kind of thing? If you can elaborate on that just a wee bit for me. But thanks again.
Thanks very much for the comments, Councillor Barclay, and to others, specifically around the ASN provision. I look back to see why it was those, as far as inclusion and ASN, those specific sites were identified. There was a mapping exercise that was carried out, and it was based on the data that we have currently. So that it means that over time, if that changes, obviously other centres will be used to support the children. As you know, as part of the ASN review, it was about trying to keep the children within their own communities. And as you said, we do have Baird Memorial and we do have Redburn. And I would just want to give reassurance that in the next report, we'll mention a wee bit about that, because that is part of the ASN early years provisions that will be available to children and for families. And if anything, just to tell you the fact as far as Baird Memorial is concerned, and we're actually looking to expand that provision for children and young people. And I mean that expand internally, so we can actually take more children within that particular setting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Councillor Kirsten Larson.
Thanks, convener. Like everybody else that's spoken so far, I completely appreciate, you know, the scale of what you've been asked to achieve and the circumstances you've been asked to achieve it from within, and so a huge logistical challenge, and everyone should be commended for trying to move this forward under hugely difficult circumstances. I have a few questions, but before I get to my questions, I just want to say I felt a wee bit uncomfortable there that there was an implication made that some people had spoken appropriately online and that those people weren't named. And my concern is that we're making a generalisation about the PVI sector that maybe, you know, isn't very balanced, and obviously there's nobody here to have a right to respond or to reply. And so I just wanted to highlight that before I move forward. I don't know if you want to respond to that at all.
No, I would say that there were no specific names mentioned. I don't think it would be appropriate for that to take place on a forum like this. And I think Councillor Kelly referenced a minority of individuals who had raised concerns had behaved in a manner that he considered to be inappropriate. And my response to that is the exact same to yourself, Councillor Larson, as it is to Councillor Kelly. There is a clear legal framework in place, and it would be for the monitoring officer in his role as Head of Legal and Democratic Services to actively look into any concerns that are raised in relation to the use of inappropriate language or comments online.
That's sorry. On record. Thanks, convener. So back to my sort of questions. I have a belief that language is important, and I've heard from PVIs, correct me if I'm wrong, that whether you're PVI or whether you're a council provider, everybody is classified as a funded provider because you both have to access the funding stream. And I've heard concerns that when letters have maybe been sent out, that they're sent out to funded providers, but in actual fact they only go to PVIs, that there seems to be a two-tier communication. I don't know if that's true, it's just what I'm hearing. The other concern that keeps on coming back, and others have mentioned it, is communication. Everything keeps on coming back to communication, and obviously the funded providers don't have a formal executive arm, i.e. a committee of people to represent them, and they're all individual centres. And therefore, I can appreciate from their point of view how difficult it would be to outsource their concerns to somebody else that they don't necessarily work with in a close working manner. And I think that has to be taken on board. I'm working myself now in huge Zoom calls, creating breakout rooms, and so the possibility exists for communication on a bigger scale, I suppose, is what I'm saying. Other concerns that funded providers have made representation on include problems with access to funding when a late application is made. I'm just wondering, given the pandemic, does council feel that they received an excessive amount of late applications this year compared to at previous points in time?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Larson. Gerard, do you want to pick up the issue about late applications?
Yes, I suppose just with regards to the letters, just to pick up on that point, Councillor Larson, about the two-tier communication. I'm not too sure about it, but I will look into that and respond to you. And if I was being honest about knowing the figures off the top of my head, I wouldn't like to just quote them right now to say, is it like for like from last year about it? But I will send a communication to you with those specific figures of the late applications this year and for last year as a comparison.
Councillor Larson, you satisfied with that? Sorry, Councillor Larson, you're on mute.
I know people have already touched upon it, but I suppose I would like somebody to pick up again on the communication, because I do feel there's a real will on the part of the funded providers to want to communicate. That's all they keep saying whenever we speak to them. And so the limitation of that meeting to 10, it does raise some concerns for me.
Gerard?
Convener, again, as I said before, I will look into the communication to try and set up the best possible forum. I thought the small face-to-face with a representative group would be a good way. The feedback has been a bit different. I agree that communication is absolutely important. I would give reassurance to Education and Families Committee that the small early years team have very regular communication on a one-to-one basis with our funded providers with a whole array of different issues, concerns, but I will take this away. For example, we can add communication to the agenda, but also things like, as Councillor Gallagher, I think it was mentioned, about any support they may require from moving forward, whether it be from an HR perspective, to see if there's anything that we can do to provide them. But I will take on board what has been said today about the communication. I think it is important, and I'll give an update certainly at the next Education and Families Committee.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Douglas?
Thanks, Convener. What conversation has North Lanarkshire Council had with the Minister for Children and Young People in relation to the funding follows a child? Is the Minister happy with the direction taken by North Lanarkshire Council?
Well, I'll maybe bring Derek in relation to that, but I certainly know that that there is extensive discussion with the Scottish Government in relation to the plan that we have in place. The Scottish Government have obviously signed off the agreement that we have reached in all aspects of the 1140 programme. And in relation to funding following the child, there haven't been any concerns raised by Marie Todd in relation to that. And in fact, obviously, the First Minister, as you may be aware, is on record this week in thanking North Lanarkshire's early learning and childcare staff for the work that's been undertaken in this regard. So there haven't been any concerns raised, but I know that Derek has been in contact with Alison Cummins from the Scottish Government's Education Directorate and the Minister herself. So maybe bring Derek in at this point. Derek?
There's a couple of things to say, Councillor Douglas. First of all, I spoke with the Minister at an event about a year ago on the same platform as her, and we discussed, and I think we both agreed that there were challenges. Can I say, you know, this is a really complex policy. We've got capital development, we've got workforce change, we've got kind of establishments being built and switched on, we've got private partners taking up 23% of the capacity. We've got procurement frameworks that we're all subject to. It's a massive plan across the country, hugely difficult, and it is different in every context. But I think what's important to say, Councillor Douglas, is that the 1140 plan we have in North Lanarkshire is, at one and the same time, North Lanarkshire Council's plan to implement 1140 and Scottish Government's plan to implement 1140 in North Lanarkshire. It is an agreed plan between national government and local government, and it is underpinning a delivery model, and it's regularly reviewed. So Gerard and his team will be in dialogue with civil servants. I've spoken to the senior civil servant that Councillor McNally referred to on a number of occasions during lockdown and recovery, and continue to do it, continue to review it. And I think that across the country there will be a need to kind of learn lessons about this first phase of implementation. And I would also say to you that we would have had this all switched on in June had it not been for COVID, and the COVID scenario probably did exacerbate some of the challenges that we've had. And another thing just to bear in mind is when we deal with large contracts, and when we deal with a contract value of 11.8 million with a large group of providers, and this would be true on Robert's side of the building for some of the enterprise contracts, some of the big contracts, we are subject as senior officials, we are subject to various kind of rules that we must adhere to in our engagement with contractors. Now, I understand there is a childcare element here, so therefore this is a very specific type of kind of business, and some of them are voluntary and some of them are private, as Councillor Larson, and some are independent, as Councillor Larson has indicated. But through all this, I can reassure you that we have continually and assiduously worked with Scottish Government to make sure that everybody was in agreement about the plan we were trying to implement in North Lanarkshire. And what I'm reassured about is that by the 30th of September, we will have the model in place. And in that kind of moment, that's not the end of it. That's not a kind of, right, we stop working on things there. The team will continue as we go through the year to flex the model. This is quite a volatile kind of area of kind of activity, in the sense that people move between sites because circumstances change, family circumstances change. That's more likely to be the case with COVID, and we require to be flexible. And whenever anything's come to us as a team, we've always sought to try and meet the individuals and try to resolve issues where possible. And that's true for parents, and it's also true for funded providers. So I would simply say to you, it's a government plan agreed with North Lanarkshire, but then there are I suppose, rules and stipulations that then govern the actions of officers thereafter that we assiduously stick to.
Thank you very much for that. And if Councillor Douglas, sorry, I see you went back in.
Yeah, Convener, I was just, the Conservative Group will have an amendment after all the questions are asked.
Okay, that's fine. No problem. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Convener. I've got a couple of questions relating to item 2.2.5 on page 88 regarding the proposed new build nursery at the Heathery Park, which Gerard has provided an update on, as I'm very concerned about where matters currently stand with this project. Firstly, the report notes that there's existing on-site drainage problems. So I would like to ask, when was this issue first identified? And did the service have any understanding that there could be drainage problems here when it was first determined that Heathery Park would be chosen as a location for a new build nursery? Secondly, the paragraph advises that alternative options for the construction of a nursery facility at Heathery Park may need to be explored to meet service demand, given the existing issues with the site. And Gerard confirmed at the beginning of the meeting that following the survey commissioned by the Council, an all options report is now being prepared. What I would appreciate some clarification on is, Should it not be possible to proceed with the completion of the facility at Heathery Park, that any alternative solution will result in children who live locally being able to attend nursery within the Wishaw Hill area? And my third question links to the information provided about the planned Heathery Family Learning Centre in the first report of today's paper. I understand that because the facility isn't yet ready, the children who would have been able to attend the nursery at Heathery Park will instead be given a place at the Craigneuk Family Learning Centre or the St Thomas Primary Nursery School class. Therefore, I'm looking for confirmation and reassurance that there is enough capacity at both of these nurseries to accommodate the children who would have been given a place at the Heathery Centre had it been able to open on time. Obviously, the initial timetable for the completion of the nursery was impacted by the suspension of non-essential construction projects in Scotland during lockdown, but there are also other outstanding difficulties contributing to its delay, which suggests to me that it wouldn't have been able to begin even if so the existing difficulties with the chosen site can be found at the earliest possible opportunity, and I hope that this is something that can be pursued as a matter of urgency by the Education Department. Thank
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wilson. A number of points there around Heathery Park. I'll ask Derek if he could pick up on some of those points. Derek?
Yeah, so Councillor Wilson, I think if you go back to a number of the previous committee reports on 1140, you'll see that Heathery Park is one of the options that we have been evaluating for a while. There has been text around that, the analysis of that site as it's evolved, and it's probably been the situation that as our colleagues in the capital, side of the business have been kind of assessing the site, that some of the mediations that they thought might be feasible in the first instance are proven to be either unlikely to resolve the issues that they had been designed to, or would be extremely costly to do so, to the point of it being prohibitive. So what the 1140 board, which I chair, determined was that the option of continuing to progress with the Heathery Park option with all those additional costs and uncertainties and the potential that we may not be able to remediate the issues has to be set aside some alternative option. But what would be important to me, Councillor Wilson, so I'll just reiterate this absolutely for you today, is I have a policy that governs the £20 million of capital spend. It was a policy I inherited that goes right back to the origins of 1140. The policy is that we would establish provisions so that any child in SIMD 1 to 4 would be within 1 kilometre of nursery provision in North Lanarkshire, wherever they were, and that would code in your ward, Councillor Wilson. So I will reassure you that when we're looking for current mitigations or contingencies, such as you describe in Craigneuk and St Thomas's, that's as trigger and contingency we can deploy just now. But for a more permanent solution, we will be looking for the establishment through the capital programme of some development in that area, which will ensure that we can honour that council policy of 1 kilometre for every child in SIMD 1 to 4. So whether or not it is continuing with the Heathery Park development or some other development in the area which provides that capacity, please be assured, Councillor Wilson, within the scope of the 1140 programme's capital programme, that will be actioned, because that's a policy that Gerard and I, as senior officers, have responsibility to deliver.
Thank you for that. Councillor Burrows is next. Councillor Burrows.
Just to say that the time that's taken to get to this part of the committee.
Councillor Burrows, I'm struggling to hear you. If you could maybe come a wee bit closer to your screen, or thanks.
Turn that off. Give me a second.
Bob, struggling to hear you. Maybe try turning your camera off. Thanks.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
You're still a bit muffled, but I think I can make it out.
Okay. I'm just wanting to say that it's taken us a bit of time to get through the agenda today, and it's because of the importance of the items, Convener. Very, very much so. And I think the very first item we spoke about the positive work of the staff especially linked to COVID. It's been great. And again, this paper shows the positive work coming from staff. 1140, we were one of the first in Scotland to introduce it. And we all agree that the staff has been great. I've got to express my disappointment that the First Minister went on record within the Parliament to say that North Lanarkshire Council had not introduced 1140. For me, that's a slap in the face for the staff and the unions at a time that we're all supposed to be working together in a collegiate manner. Now, I understand the First Minister has apologised for her mistake and corrected Parliament accordingly. I just want to say to all our staff and the unions, well done. Thank you for all your effort, for everything you've done, irrespective of what the First Minister has stated. And I want to say thank you again. Thanks, Convener.
Okay, thanks for those comments, Bob. I think it's right that that it was picked up on, because I don't think that something like that should go without being pulled out, frankly. So I certainly communicated with the First Minister, and I know that there was a point of order that was raised in the Parliament about that, and that the First Minister has recognised that and has issued a correction for the record, issued an apology for the error that was made there, and of course thank the early learning and childcare team in North Lanarkshire for the work that they're doing. But I certainly share that point, that when if you're working flat out to deliver a programme, and you know, you hear something like that, it could be a wee bit demoralising. But I welcome that the correction has been made, and that the thanks to our staff has been issued. Councillor Jones.
I suppose it was just in the back of a phone call I received this morning from one of our funded providers, and it was to say a big thank you to Jared, because I was asked to do that by the funded provider, the Kidstone Nursery in Kilsyth. As some of you might be aware, we had significant flooding in Kilsyth on the 4th of August, and if it wasn't for Jared, that funded provider would not have been able to continue to work and offer a service to our young people. So a big thank you on behalf of the young people who attend the nurseries in Kilsyth for the hard work that Jared done to make sure they're now back in their building, thanks to the community pulling together and companies like Mears. But within 24 hours of that building being flooded out, Jared had them in a new facility ready to move in. Absolutely fantastic, and a big thank you. And I had the phone call of the owner of the nursery this morning to ask me to pass that on, and I thought I would use a public forum to do it.
I'm grateful for that comment, Provost, and certainly you're right in relation to Kidstore. The team moved very quickly in support with our partners within enterprise and communities to deliver that. Deliver that offering. So thanks very much, and I'm sure Gerard and the team appreciate that feedback. Councillor Linden.
Thanks, Convener. Two things. I'll start with the positive, which is to say that I really welcome the report and its content, and the officers who have executed the work to get us to where we are. It is a remarkable achievement, and I know, Convener, that I'm looking at section 2.2.2 of the report, and me and you had the total privilege of being at the opening of St Gerard's nursery class, and meeting some of the staff who worked there, and the absolute passion that shone through from them, and the pride of working in such a new facility was really something to see. So you know, well done, and thank you to them. Convener, I do have to say, it's no surprise I am disappointed that when the focus was on the positives of the report, that we saw another opportunity to take a pop at the Scottish Government from Councillor Burrows. It is a regular thing. The notion, frankly, that in the middle of a pandemic of global proportions, where you are working flat out as a government and as a First Minister, leading daily briefings with all the pressures of the world on your shoulders, that somebody should be infallible and make one mistake and then quickly correct the record within the same week by writing to the leader of the Labour Party and acknowledging, and I can quote, that she made an error in what she said in the chamber. She says, I acknowledge that the position was more positive than the one that I reported to Parliament, which shows this testament to the work of the Scottish Government and local authorities. She then went on to say, I recognise the huge amount of work that has gone into supporting children and families during this difficult time. And she further says that I extend my thanks to North Lanarkshire's early years team and record just how challenging it has been and thank them for it. That's what the First Minister said in a timely fashion. So to hear it repeated in such a fashion as if the First Minister was careless and didn't care about the work that's been done in North Lanarkshire is disappointing, and it's another attempt at SNP bad, Scottish Government bad. I think it's really important that we say that, and I can see certain members rolling their eyes, and I can see certain members not appreciating the chorus, what I'm saying, but the reality is it was called out, but it was also recognised as a mistake very quickly. And the work of our hard-working officers and our teams in North Lanarkshire was rightly put on record as having been thanked. I think that's the important thing, Convener. I'm sure you'll agree that our teams were thanked in the end for the work that they're doing.
Yep, I think if a mistake is made, it should be corrected at the quickest possible opportunity. And the First Minister went on the record and apologised for making that error, and thanked our staff for the work that's been undertaken, and reinforced her support for the delivery of this programme in North Lanarkshire, which is absolutely something that we're determined to do on schedule by the 30th of this month. Thanks for those comments. Councillor Douglas, I think you made reference to an amendment that you were seeking to move. Trevor?
Yeah, it'll be Megan Gallagher has it.
Councillor Gallagher?
Andrew Rose has a copy of it, I believe.
Yep, I can share that on screen if you wish, Convener.
Thank you. Okay, I'm sure members have had the chance to have a look at that. Councillor Gallagher, do you want to speak to your amendment?
Certainly, thanks very much, Convener. The Conservative group have brought forward this amendment today in an attempt to address some of the issues which have been raised, in particular communication, staffing, funding follows the child and late applications. Now, this isn't a criticism at all into the work that's been done up to this point. This is a brand new policy, it's new. Of course, there's going to be issues as we develop it and move forward, but I think it's impertinent to note the concerns that have been raised, particularly in relation to the funded providers and parents and guardians. If these issues are looked into as part of the review and addressed, it should provide that reassurance that people might need just now, because I don't know about any other elected member, but my inbox has certainly been filling up with concerns in relation to the 1140 rollout. The second part of the amendment relates to the limitations on funding follows a child. Just a little bit concerned just now in terms of 1140 and how it's shaping throughout Scotland, and how 1140 in North Lanarkshire could look considerably different to local authority areas, and this might cause confusion in terms of funded providers and what they are expecting to get out of the 1140 rollout. And that's certainly not a criticism on the funded providers either, because they're obviously looking, and they could have businesses across a number of local authority areas. So they're just trying to work around the system, work around the programme, and find out, where they fit into 1140, and they certainly do play a huge part. I'm just saying that sending this letter might actually, I concerns to funding follows the child. I think someone's got their mic off.
Sorry, sorry, Megan. There was somebody typing.
Apologies,
Just make sure if you're not, if those who aren't speaking could just mute their microphones, that would be great. Thanks.
Thanks, convener. So there might be, the letter might actually address some of the concerns in relation to funding policy child, because that's certainly been a concern that's been raised with me on several different occasions. And I think we need clarification from the Minister to find out, what exactly are these limitations, if there are any, on this policy in comparison to other local authority areas. As I said at the start, I get there will be issues. It's a brand new policy, it's a brand new programme which North Lanarkshire Council has rolled out in very difficult circumstances. But the reason for our amendments today is to provide reassurance and also to get further answers from the Minister of Early Years and Childcare. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas, I think, is seconding this. Councillor Douglas.
I think Megan said it all, convener, and the meetings obviously went on for quite a while, so we'll let Megan say that.
Thank you. I mean, certainly in relation to the first part of your amendment, there is going to be a review anyway that would be undertaken by the service. A programme of this scale, there will absolutely be a review of the programme in all aspects of it. And that's something that would be appropriate. And also, Councillor Gallagher, through the audit and scrutiny process, I would imagine that the audit and scrutiny process would kick in relation to aspects of 1140 and the rollout of such a programme of this scale. In relation to the second part of the amendment, I don't see the specific. I'm struggling to sort of understand the specific element in relation to this, because I think it's clear that there is a framework in place that is effectively a financial framework. There is a limited budget in relation to 1140 across the country, and there are clear aspects of there have to be clear lines in relation to funding following the child. I think in the way that you're sort of understanding it. So I can't really agree to that aspect of the amendment. So I would be moving the paper, but happy to accept the first part of the amendment because it's going to be taking place anyway. But in terms of the second part of the amendment, I don't think that it really makes much sense to me, with the greatest respect, Councillor Gallagher, because there is a clear £11.8 million financial framework in place. It's a legal framework. We've signed it. The funded providers have signed it. The Scottish Government have signed it off, and that is the parameters on which we work. Is there a degree of flexibility within that if a child maybe moves from a funded provider's setting and creates a change in that 23%? Yeah, absolutely, and that's something that would be followed. But there is a clear structure in place that we have signed off, that's come through committee. The Scottish Government have signed off, and has been signed up to by all our funded providers. So I think Councillor Linden is looking to come in.
Thanks very much, convener, and apologies. Appears my spelling of convener went a bit awry in the chat there. Nonetheless, I just wanted to comment from I guess from partly in the group's view on this particular amendment, and certainly my view. I mean, the amendment was only appeared very briefly. I think Councillor Larson has asked for it actually to go back up again, but I think it has been emailed to members as well. So if anybody's interested, you can quickly grab it. Convener, I have a lot of sympathy for everything you've just said. Actually, in response, I think that the first point I would say in terms of review of the policy. Clearly, it's a significant investment by government and a significant investment by the local authority, with a legal framework and obligations within it that all the partners have signed up to. And to me, it seems somewhat premature to be asking for a full review of a policy that we're in the process of implementing. We are very, we are significantly into the implementation of, and actually, I would argue that the review is not only I would say that in North Lanarkshire, it's an ongoing thing. Our education service will, of course, be looking at the implementation of 1140 on an ongoing basis, and certainly the elected members within North Lanarkshire Council will be asking for regular updates on 1140, its progress, reviewing it, and you've already alluded to the role perhaps audit and scrutiny can have as well. So it does seem that the first point of the amendment might be quite relaxed about, but I would argue that it doesn't have any effect because it's something we'll be doing anyway on an ongoing and regular basis. The second point on the correspondence to the Minister, I would argue, again, I don't quite understand the thrust of the purpose of the letter, to be honest. And I would suggest that the Minister regularly meets across the sector, including with PVI, who welcome her willingness to communicate and listen to the challenges that they may have, but also regularly meets either ministerial engagement with local authority providers, or actually, as the case happens, her officials meet very regularly and have regular dialogue with our officers of the council. I mean, you mentioned Alison Cummings earlier from government. I know that Alison has regular dialogue with our officers in the council, and is very much appraised of the progress of the implementation of 1140 in North Lanarkshire. To me, Convener, I think that the amendment is premature in some respects, but also it covers exactly what we're already intending on doing and already currently doing, and therefore I don't see its purpose in terms of adding value to the recommendations that are already in the report. Thanks, Convener.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Linden. Andrew, there's no one else who's asked to speak. When we move to the vote, I'm happy to move the recommendations contained within the paper.
Second them, Convener.
Thank you, Convener. I'll just move to the vote. So the motion by yourself, Convener, which is as per the report, and an amendment by Councillor Gallagher. I'm going to ask each member to indicate in turn how they wish to vote, indicate by either saying motion, amendment, or abstain. Councillor Ashraf.
For the motion.
Motion, thank you. Councillor Barclay.
Motion.
Councillor Brannan-Pavey.
Motion.
Councillor Burgess. Keep on the left. Councillor Burrows.
Motion.
Motion. Councillor Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Carragher.
Motion.
Councillor Douglas.
Amendment.
Councillor Fisher.
Motion. Motion.
Motion, thank you. Councillor Fotheringham.
Motion. Motion.
Councillor Gallagher.
Amendment.
Councillor Goldie.
Motion.
Councillor Gurley.
Motion.
Councillor Graham.
Motion.
Councillor Hogg. Right, left. Councillor Catherine Johnson.
Motion.
Councillor Tom Johnson.
Motion.
Councillor Jones.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Councillor Larson.
Motion.
Councillor Lennon. Councillor Linden.
I'm the motion, Andrew, but just for your information, I think Councillor Burgess is now unmuted and is ready to cast a vote. Just in the interest of fairness, I can see him waving at you.
Councillor Burgess.
Yeah, I've got a motion.
Motion. Apologies, give me a moment, my computer's about to restart unless I snooze it. Councillor Logue.
Motion.
Councillor McGowan. Councillor Masterton.
Motion.
Councillor McLaren. I think he might have left the meeting. Councillor McManus.
Motion.
Councillor McNally.
Motion.
Councillor McPake.
Motion.
Councillor McVeigh.
Motion.
Councillor Mooney.
Motion.
Councillor Quigley.
Motion.
Councillor Stephen. Councillor Stocks.
Motion.
Councillor Wilson.
Amendment.
And as this is an education matter, Derek Hannon, you're entitled to vote. If you wish to say either motion, amendment or abstain.
Derek, you're on mute.
Motion. Thank you. The amendment received 3 votes, the motion 29, and there were no abstentions, so the motion is carried.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Andrew. That takes us on to the next agenda item. But before we do that, colleagues, I'm just conscious that we have been here now for 3 hours. Some may require a couple of minutes break. If that is the case, if we're comfortable with taking a 5-minute break and being back at 15:15, I'm more than happy to accommodate that if that is if that's the will of the committee. Okay, I don't see too much dissent to that, so we'll come back here in 5 minutes. Thanks very much. I'm conscious that there are quite a few cameras off, so I'm just going to give it another minute, just to allow people to come back on. Colleagues, I think we'll get cracking again. We're now on to agenda item number 6, which is improving digital learning and tackling the digital divide. I'm sure you'll agree this is it's been an important issue for the council over the last several years, and that's clearly intensified over the period of the pandemic. So I'll ask Janie O'Neill if she'll take us through the report, which is on pages 103 to 116. Janie?
Thanks very much, Convener, and good afternoon, everybody. Members are asked to note that 2 papers were brought forward in the plans for a digital classroom last year in May 2019 and November 2019, and this paper builds on these previous committee papers and indeed the Gold Command decision to establish a digital school during the lockdown period. Obviously, the coronavirus pandemic has increased the urgency and the necessity of facilitating a digital curriculum and the need to transform aspects of our methodology in real time and to ensure the digital divide is addressed with technology and connectivity solutions. So I'm going to just ask you to note key areas in the report. So Section 1 provides background to the report and the continued focus which Education and Families has to improve our digital learning provision. Section 1.12 highlights the importance of the work of the newly established digital school in terms of the local and national priorities in relation to digital education. The digital school will support schools in their development of digital curricula. Section 1.14 illustrates the willingness and the commitment of our staff to developing their own expertise, and I think it is important to note that 1,358 at time of writing staff signed up to training during the lockdown period, and I know that far more have been engaging in digital training since returning to our schools. Section 2 of the report refers to the 24 digital Pathfinder schools which were set up again as a response to the lockdown period. They are creating digital content to support the digital school and our school estate generally. And also I'd like you to note that the pedagogy team are providing further support. Section 2.3 of the report highlights that we now have the digital classroom up and running in Airdrie Academy, and you'll remember perhaps from previous reports that that's where the pilot was to be. So what happened was just prior to lockdown, we got the equipment delivered to Airdrie Academy just back in March. And then obviously we went into lockdown, but as soon as the building opened in June, we were able to get the equipment actually erected within Airdrie Academy. And I'm pleased to report that they are now delivering some advanced higher courses digitally across North Lanarkshire. So we're planning more of these, obviously moving more quickly than we had anticipated pre-coronavirus, but we are planning more of these, and we're also delivering other advanced higher courses now through Microsoft Teams, albeit we still have some areas to get up and running in a couple of subjects. But these are being delivered across the localities via Microsoft Teams, where we just turned on the video function of that just prior to schools returning in August. So that's been something that we've had to work very, very quickly on with the support of our schools. And we also continue to offer training, bespoke training to our advanced higher teachers in particular, to support them with the move from a more traditional methodology of delivering advanced hires to a transformation to a digital delivery. Section 2.4 of the report refers to the 5G immersive classroom, which is being established at Muirfield, and one of my colleagues, Education Manager Jill Woodward, has been leading in this, and will be happy to talk about it later if required. So this is being established to support the work of some of our primary schools, and also you will see that we are looking to move our music service. A lot of work has been going on that in the background as well, to a digital provision, and we're just about ready to switch that on. You'll be aware of the Scottish Government guidelines, where some of our musical instrumental instruction can obviously not take place person to person, such as woodwind and brass, for example. Section 2.6 looks at how we're tackling the digital divide, and obviously references the important grant funding, which was received from the Scottish Government by North Lanarkshire Council of £1.6 million. This has enabled us to order 4,000 laptops, and obviously they're not all in as yet. You can appreciate that there's lots of people ordering laptops at the moment, but we have had some delivered already, and we've been able to issue devices throughout the lockdown period and beyond, and this is going to make a significant difference to the children, young people and families of North Lanarkshire. Just to give you a wee bit more detail on that, we issued nearly 300 devices from our school stock during the lockdown period, and those have been returned now, obviously, that the schools are now back and it's not a blended learn. They have been returned to schools, and therefore we've been able to issue over 1,000 devices in total, with the other devices which have arrived into the council through the grant funding. And as they arrive, they have to be imaged and so on. There's a lot of technology aspects to it to get them ready to be out in schools, and that's going on at the moment. So a huge amount of work going on across the council with the support of Katrina Hassel and her team as well, and joined up work, and it's been taking place throughout this period. So these devices are to support our vulnerable families, but also to support our young people in the virtual school. And we're linking in with the lead of the virtual school, Mary Jane Hunter, who's part of our digital working group. And also the Pathways programme, that you'll remember is the new name for the Winter Leavers programme. So some of our most vulnerable young people will be and are already benefiting from these devices. We're expecting, assuming that the orders come in time, but we are expecting to have all devices by the end of October. The final point I would like to make in relation to section 2.7, and I just touched on it a wee bit earlier there, obviously when we went into lockdown it was mentioned by Councillor Brianna McVeigh earlier on, in terms of the amount of work that was being produced and keeping a tab of what was happening across our schools in terms of the curriculum that was on offer. And also members have noted in today's call the amount of work put in place by our teachers. So there has been, again, a real quick shift from the traditional getting a pack home if somebody was off, to putting the work for our young people and our children onto Microsoft, onto Glow, and Derek, obviously, in one of his slides referenced that as well, and a number of other digital platforms which we've been able to signpost people to. And I think it's really important to note the commitment and willingness of teachers during this period and beyond to change practice and to do so at speed. I'd also like to say that this has been done with the support of our trade union colleagues, who have been very good at giving advice during this process and feedback to us. And today, in fact, I've just issued a version of the learning and teaching guidance for digital delivery of the curriculum, which I would be happy to make available to members, which outlines, I think the document's over 30 pages, and outlines various methodologies that can be used, signposts to platforms, takes people through process maps of every stage that they need to go through. And in terms of our advanced hire offering, I'm actually meeting with the advanced higher teachers tomorrow afternoon, and we're offering bespoke training to support them as we ensure that we are delivering for our young people and as best we can honouring the courses which they opted for, I should say, pre-COVID. So I would finish by asking members to note the progress made in relation to the work linked to the digital school and the digital classroom, to note the progress in developing digital education during the lockdown period and now that we are back in our schools, and to approve the plans for the digital school and the expansion of the digital classroom programme as part of the emerging recovery of education services during this COVID-19 period. So thank you very much, Convener, and I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that report, Janie. Both Janie and Jill Woodward are able to take any questions that we've got. I see Councillor Linden is the first in the chat. Councillor Linden.
Thanks, Convener. Just 2 comments and 2 questions. Firstly, welcome, I guess, music to my ears, seeing section 2.6.6 of the report on the Winter Leavers programme and the recognition that those young people require devices. I think also the mention of the development of digital skills and workplace requirements like CVs clearly articulating, I think, and underpinning the message of developing the young workforce agenda, and I think to see that present and to still be a kind of key focus whilst the backdrop of coronavirus is there is really heartening as we move forward to recovery. The second point as well would be, Janie touched on it towards the end of our remarks around the development of digital CLPL. And I think that clearly our staff have adapted and developed new practice and innovative approaches really quickly in a challenging environment. And I would hope that that digital CLPL and kind of ongoing support will continue to be in place as we move forward, and that will continue to be enhanced as perhaps we onboard new programmes as well. And Janie preempted, I guess, the kind of point that was going to be made around our engagement with the trade union colleagues on that as a kind of key and pivotal partner in understanding the needs of our staff as we develop that CLPL moving forward. The 2 questions then, Convener, are firstly on at page 107, we're talking about the future of the digital curriculum and more of our young people learning online. It's a question in generality, Janie, around our digital learning platforms. A question arose quite similar in the Transformation and Digitisation Committee around do we have the capacity with the increased drive to use our digital platforms for, in terms of the infrastructure, is it in place to facilitate that en masse if that continues to grow exponentially in terms of direction of travel? Associated with that, I guess, is a kind of sub part of the question, which is about what element of resilience is built into that, and I guess is that offset with the corporate risk register in terms of if we move to ensure online learning, clearly as a core part of our resilience plans and business continuity, is that matched in terms of the corporate risk register, which I know that digital generally is. And then secondly, Convener, if you don't mind, is the point about the development of the digital curriculum at 2.2 in particular, clearly a really exciting opportunity against the backdrop of a challenging time to develop the curriculum. I wondered what work, if any, was being undertaken to involve young people in the development of that digital curriculum. I know that might seem like a strange notion, but I think that there's an opportunity there to ask young people and test with young people how they're test to change how they're finding the digital learning, what works and what doesn't, and I think that will influence, as we do with our teaching colleagues, to help influence the development of that curriculum to work best for our learners as well as for our educators. Thanks, Convener.
Thanks for those comments, Councillor Linden, and I think 2 important questions there. Janie, do you want to pick up on the questions?
I will do. Thanks very much for the questions, Councillor Linden, and I'll start off by answering the first question. I'll probably bring Jill in for some of the more techie aspects of it, if you don't mind. So yes, absolutely, more and more young people learning online, and we're seeing, of course, I'm sure every day that, you know, that in terms of further and higher education as well, this is going to be the experience that the young people are going to have. So we're having to embrace it at this moment. We're embracing it anyways, you know, but obviously we're having to do that out of necessity at this particular moment. So do we have the capacity? So quite quickly into lockdown, we set up a digital group working alongside colleagues from Digital NL and Katrina Hassel's team, and linking in with them and alongside Ronnie Buick in terms of risk management and so on as well. And I'm a member of the digital board, and obviously feeding back to them. So there has definitely been a review of what we were previously providing in terms of our schools, and there is a move now to increase the broadband, and Jill will be able to talk about that a wee bit more in terms of capacity, and she'll come in with that aspect of it. So yes, as well, what you're saying about the element of resilience, we need to make sure, you know, we know, for example, the system was down yesterday. These things, you know, do happen. You know, we have to have the backup plans, and we're getting better and better. If you think about all of us in this call, you know, we're all getting better at actually being resilient and learning how to work our way through these things. But we're tying in with Katrina's team, with people who are working very closely with us to make sure that we can support our young people with the digital technology which we have available to us. And I would also reassure you, Councillor Linden, by saying that all the time we are looking to explore other platforms and opportunities, working with, in fact, Cisco is one of the ones that we're looking to explore with, and different things are coming on. You can appreciate that, you know, there's lots of different platforms out there, some of which Derek had referred to earlier on as well. So it's important that we continue to explore everything that's available to us, to give our young people the best opportunities. I'm going to ask Jill to come in a wee minute, but in terms of just your second question, I'll just answer that just now. Engaging with the young people is something that we're all really enthusiastic about, and Derek referenced earlier about some of the engagements that we had with young people, and in actual fact, one of the young men who was on the call was talking to us at great length about his understanding of digital, and we actually said to him we'd like him to be part of a working group going forward, and not just him but others as well, because they are the ones that are best placed to tell us about it. And what we get as part of our feedback from some of our teachers, you'll be not surprised to hear, is that often it's the young people who are able to tell them a wee bit more, just like my daughter's able to show me how to work my laptop a wee bit better than sometimes the teachers can themselves. But in saying that, everybody has come on in leaps and bounds, including myself, over recent months. But I'm going to ask Jill to come in with just answering a wee bit more of your question about capacity, Councillor Linden, because she's very knowledgeable in that particular area. Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny. Councillor Linden, just to come back to you then about that one, is that we had a rolling programme in place prior to lockdown of increasing our capacity across our secondary, and as our digital team was referred to, our non-secondary estates. That programme has progressed in some way and is going to continue to do so. I'm part of our enterprise and architecture groups along with the business solutions teams, and I'm also part of our data governance. So yes, it is part of our risk register. It's part of the recovery planning that we are doing, looking at the technologies we need to make sure that there is the capacity there. In the organisational digital groups that we have around the establishment of the school, business solutions are part of those and are regularly part of that discussion with us to make sure that we have the capacity, not just now, but moving forward in how we're going to increase digital use.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, for those answers. Councillor McGowan, I'm conscious, Councillor McGowan, you had a question in the recovery around this, so it might be an opportunity to pick that up now. Agnes?
Sorry, what was that, Frank?
Sorry, I was just saying you had a digital question within the recovery paper that I know we'd said we'd pick up at this in this agenda item. So, but I'm conscious you might have other questions as well.
Right. Okay. Well, I think it's an amazing, exciting report. Digital learning has advanced faster than anyone expected, I think, at the time of the coronavirus. And Janie said her son helps her. My grandson of 6 helps me with digitally. So children just pick it up like sponges. I'd just like to thank the Scottish Government for their 1.6 million, and I reiterate what Jordan said. I think the working winter leavers and people doing their CVs, I think all this is amazing. The senior phase, wonderful. Music, 5G immersive classroom. I don't know what that is. I would like to visit that and just see exactly what happens there. It's an amazing report. Just one question and one slight concern that I presume children that are vulnerable and maybe don't have a totally conducive home life will be kept an eye on, because there was one word in this, flipped learning, that I'd never heard of. And flipped learning seemingly means when children undertake important aspects of learning before being in the classroom. So, I think computers and digital devices are amazing, but they don't cover all evils that I think children, because in the time of coronavirus, there was quite a number of adults said that they found it difficult to work from home with their children, with different distractions and things like that. Where the children might not all have a home life, just like homework, whereby they can sit and concentrate and do extra work. So I presume vulnerable children will be monitored throughout this and make sure they have the atmosphere in the house to do their flipped learning.
Okay, thank you for that. I mean, that's absolutely the case. I mean, Jenny, I don't know if you want to touch on that, or are you content with that?
Sorry, I couldn't get off mute there. So yes, Councillor McGowan, absolutely agree. And I think it would be fair to say that we're keeping one eye on the fact that, our numbers of young people are having to isolate as well. So, we're understanding that part of that, we began this paper, if you like, when we thought we were going to have the blended learn, and then obviously found out, just towards the end of term that it was full-time back for everybody. But we still decided to keep it there because it's going to be relevant, and already is relevant for some of our young people who are at home. But I take your point. One of the things that we've been doing is working very closely in our localities with social work colleagues, CLNL colleagues, and obviously our head teachers as well throughout the summer period as well, to make sure that we all had eyes on our most vulnerable young people and families, and that we are putting in offers of support, working in partnership. So that is something, and we were getting regular and still continue to obviously get regular feedback about families who, we know would need those additional aspects of support. And our schools have been on top of everything else that they're doing tremendous since they've come back in August, obviously, making sure that our young people who are from families who they would have been working with anyway are being fully supported. And it's something that we, as I say, discuss regularly. Points noted, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Kelly.
Well, thanks, convener, and Jeannie and Councillor McGowan have touched on it. It's around the digital divide. I think it's an excellent report. It's a report that it's so important now, as we know, in terms of as we go forward, and we're in a good position that we've done a lot of work prior to the COVID-19 outbreak that put us in this position. But I do think that what you've just touched on, the digital divide situation, is critical, and the work we have to do is intensive and continue. And also the point about there'll be a lot of families, sadly, because of the situation, isolating or having to isolate, and a lot of young people isolating. So I'm reassured that there is that intensive work going on to make sure these young people are provided with the best equipment that they can have, so they can take part. I do think this is a comment, it's not meant to be a question. At 2.62 mid, I think the money from the Scottish Government, 1.6 million, welcomed, but we know how critical this is going forward, and this is going to become such a significant issue as we battle COVID-19, and we're going to continually have to, I think, fight for additional funding for this so that we can close the gap, the digital gap in our communities and areas. So that's a thing that I think we're going to have to keep on fighting for and taking on at government level. Thanks, Convener.
I think that's a fair observation, and certainly something that we can continue to be pursuing through COSLA and through other sort of regional and national mechanisms. So thanks for that comment, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Jones.
I mean, I welcome this report, and gone are the days now that young people will be sent in a taxi for an hour a day trying to get to another school to do a subject, and they'll get the full time in school. But my concern is that we're now speaking to young people in the community, and already some of my concerns, Jenny. We're a month into school life. Some of these people have not started their coursework for advanced hires. They're telling me it's the end of October before they will have laptops. That's 2 months of education loss. in an advanced higher course, which are really, really stressful. The young people, it's not parents, but a couple of parents, but I've had a lot of young people contact me to say they feel a bit let down, that we're now a month into school. The head teachers have been working with them the best they can, and it's not anything against any of the head teachers involved, but they feel totally let down that they've not got a date when they'll get their laptops, they've not got a date when they're going to start their advanced higher course. And some of these young people have shared what they've had back from universities, how essential it is that they get these 2 advanced hires in certain subjects to allow them to get into like biochemistry or whatever they want to do. And I feel that the young people are not being communicated to the way they should be. The parents, some of the parents are getting emails back when they're emailing into the education department, but we really need to get better at communicating with these young people how we're going to make up the 2 months lost time for them in their advanced higher course. Prelims will start a couple of weeks after they get these laptops, and they'll not be ready for them.
Okay, a number of, I think, important points that's been raised there by the Prof. Janie, do you want to pick up on them specifically around the gap that's been referenced there?
Certainly will. Thanks very much, Provost. So when we came back in August, one of the first things we did was we asked head teachers to identify for us, when they were telling us what advanced higher courses the young people had chosen at that point, what devices they needed. So we've received that information and we've been working with schools to get devices to them, but also in the interim, and I know I said the end of October, but those devices would be the totality of the 4,000. We would be getting devices to young people way before the end of October. And if schools let us know who needs them, we're asking them to either use their own stock and we'll then replace it to them later on, or we're accessing other devices for them from elsewhere. So that's the first thing that I would say. So I'd just like to reassure you that it won't be the end of October before these 6 years get their devices. So I think that's just really important to note. I take your point in terms of the fact that obviously we came back in the middle of August, and I take your point about that. I would say, not to make it sound like it's an excuse, but pre-COVID in normal times, if you like, we always would have toing and froing for the first few weeks around advanced higher courses, because young people would get the results and change what they wanted to do, and that's basically always been the way. However, this year it was a wee bit more complicated because of the announcement made about reverting to the estimated grades that teachers had put in. So therefore, straight away, what we had was young people who previously would perhaps not have been doing advanced higher because of their grade, now choosing advanced higher and so on. But so in some ways, we had to go back and go through our data and check again and wait to get that back in from our locality head teachers. So we actually got that information finalised and into us last week. We were also working very closely with our trade union colleagues around the support that could be offered to teachers who in themselves are going to a completely different type of delivery. And again, the summer period was obviously when teachers were on holiday, and therefore we had to wait until August before we could actually start to get some of this up and running in terms of the asking them for course content. But I do take your point, and I'm working with the head teachers, as is my colleague Jill Woodward, very, very closely. And the digital school lead, Craig Barnstable, has been actually meeting with colleagues today to make sure that we can try and get all of our young people placed. So I'm very, very sorry that they feel let down. I definitely do not want to hear that. We are working really hard. It has been challenging. I've compared it a number of times. Derek talked about Tour de France. I feel like sometimes it's trying to ride a bike whilst you're building it. We are working fast, and I'll link in with the schools that you'd mentioned to me previously again, just to see where we are with that. Head teachers have been directed, however, to Scholar, to eSchool, which is offering live free webinar opportunities for young people as well as ensuring that we are providing them with coursework, because where we have had the issues with the locality advanced higher courses, where they're providing it for across a number of schools, that's where the issues are. So that's what we're sorting out, and we're almost there, I would say to you. I'm not going to say it's all sorted, because that would not be the case, but we're nearly there. And I don't know, Jill, if you want to add anything in at all there to just come back with any other details you might have received earlier on today.
Thanks, Janie. Yes, Provost, we are, for young people who are needing to access our advanced higher, it will not be the end of October before they get those devices. Those can be out in schools. They would be a priority deployment for us to get those out in schools. That's when our last of the 4,000 will come into North Lanarkshire. I know, having spoken to the digital school lead, Craig Barnstable, today, we've got over 100 young people and the mapping exercise is well underway. We already know some of our advanced hires have started from staff who are confident in delivering those, and with the guidance going out today and the training that they've had in the last couple of weeks and support meeting that I'll be at with Janie and Craig tomorrow to support the staff in doing that, we know that that will continue to increase for them as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Brannan McVeigh.
Thanks very much, Convener. I welcome this report, read it with great interest. I've got particular interest in about the digital curriculum, particularly things there, multi-platform use, and the teachers, support staff and young people, and indeed their supporting adults, need to kind of, I suppose, gear shift between those platforms depending on what they're doing and the challenge that that has. And so I was happy to hear that Janie had highlighted that there's there about the equality of opportunity of access and that, but I do still have concerns that, you know, you're in one subject and one platform and another one for something else, you know, and that going across again. Competency is wonderful, but that also creates barriers. The other thing I have on digital curriculum is about the content that's already been generated through the lockdown period and beyond, just to seek comfort. How are you capturing that so that the innovation and creativity that people put in to making those tasks meaningful for learners are not lost, so that we don't in 6, 8, 10 months or whenever need to have somebody, right, yeah, for that learning outcome or that piece of coursework, I need to generate a new activity. I'm sure there'll be, you know, a lot of things for folk to have. And another point at 2.2.7, I welcome the commitment to family learning. I would really like as a convener, if I could be so bold, is to ask for some real substantial work on this, to see how are we going to engage with families and the supporters of our learners to make sure that the competency, confidence, skill, or indeed habit access of the parent does not, or carer does not limit the educational aspiration and outcome of the child. I can already see looking at, you know, Glow accounts, who's posting and who's not within a classroom. I also can look at that content and say, question the authenticity of the origin of some of that content as well, which is easy to identify in a child who maybe doesn't have the physiology in their hand to draw a particular thing, but it's difficult for someone else to say, to enable the learner to actually have done the learning and for them not to have had maybe a more engaged support from an adult or other in their life, because that would be an imbalance, an opportunity to some young people. But I'm really keen to make sure that we look at how our adult learning staff, CLD, family learning support staff can really use this as an opportunity to engage and upskill parents and carers, not just to support children in their learning, but ultimately can upskill their opportunities, their lifelong learning journey and their workforce, future workforce engagement. So I suppose it's a plea for a strategy of that really engages on digital learning and family learning and how we consult and shape that. And I absolutely support Councillor Linden and he's saying, please make sure that young people's voices are heard in this curriculum development, because teachers and others may think, oh, that went really well, but how do we make sure that the silo subject matter that was experienced by some young people when they couldn't see that, teachers couldn't see the calendar of other timetablers within the content that they were working on. So the young people were feeling under immense pressure to deliver. Some teachers had great latitude in enabling learners to contribute back in, and other ones were saying, Wednesday, you've not posted yet, I need it by Thursday. You know, so it's getting the balance between how do you chase up and give support and comfort to learners in a digital platform, but by the same token as well, particularly in a context where people aren't feeling hunted for content, and that perhaps social isolation that both teachers and indeed young people were feeling. So a number of issues there, Convener, I appreciate, but I had to ask.
No, I appreciate those comments, Councillor Brandon McVeigh. I think there were some really pertinent points that were outlined there. And you're right. There does have to be in relation to 2.2.7, a cross-service, cross-partner ambition in relation to next steps with that regard. Janie or Jill, do you want to pick up any of the specific issues that have been raised there by Councillor Brandon McVeigh? Janie?
Thanks very much, Councillor Brandon McVeigh. That was very helpful, and I referenced earlier on that I'd sent out today a digital learning and teaching guide. And in actual fact, we've covered some of the things that you've mentioned there, and it is a version, so we're updating it all the time. And some of the things that you said there, in fact, I'm already thinking, we're going to go into that in more depth in version 4 when we put that out in terms of family learning. But I can reassure you, again, going back to when I was talking about the digital group, we've been working very closely with CLNL, and June Ford's been on that group, and we've been, making sure that we are joining up the working that we're doing, that we are thinking about how can we support not just the child and the young person, but the family, the adult, so these are the things that we are definitely taking into consideration. And in terms of digital curriculum content, we have a digital school, as I mentioned earlier on. It's just been set up, obviously not a building as such, but, the kind of virtual school type idea. But our digital school lead is been put in place to make sure that we are keeping an eye on all this work, and it's not just wee pockets here, wee pockets there, that we're actually harnessing it, that we're and putting it on a SharePoint. So we've already got work for our broad general education. Our primary work is already on the SharePoint, which all teachers can access, and we also have some modern studies working on, nothing to do with the fact that that was my subject and Anne Monroe's subject, and that's getting up there first. It's nothing to do with that. But we do have colleagues across schools creating content for us, and we're getting that put on a daily basis. And again, it's back to that analogy of just real time. If we did months and months to plan this, we'd have done it in a far more ordered way. But we are making sure that the content is there for everybody to use and access, and obviously most importantly for our children and young people, if they do find themselves isolating at home or in a further lockdown situation. So I hope that's answered that for you. Sorry if I've missed anything there because it was cutting out a wee bit.
Okay, thanks for that answer, Janie. Councillor Brandon McVeigh seems content with that. Cathy Johnson.
Thanks, Convener. Hey, Janie, can I just say thank you for that report? Very interesting and really a joy to read. Not that I understand it all, but it was good to see digital learning being on the curriculum spectrum. It's long been awaited. Now, I'll ask you very simple questions. What is the relationship between the virtual school, the digital school, and the digital classroom? I can't quite figure that out. I've got some ideas, but I don't know whether they're right or wrong. Is a virtual school, or are any of them purely to deliver lessons like hires and so on, the way eSchool does? And is the digital classroom a separate classroom in a building, or is it to create a classroom in every school, that every classroom to become a digital classroom? Do you see the two ways of looking at it? And I'm confused. Okay, I don't know which way we're going. I would quite like to see that digital. Could you send me that document? I'd be interested in seeing that.
Absolutely, happy to share that.
Right, can I just go? A lot of my questions have been answered, actually. I'm trying not to repeat. Now, your Pathfinder schools, are they primary and secondary? So they're creating context. So is that for both primary and secondary, and maybe even nursery? I don't know. The pedagogy team support, I think that one's been answered. The immersive classroom, again, it's the same question. Is it the same principle as teaching the immersion of a language through immersion? Is it in a separate building, or is it in every classroom to become an immersive? Right? The digital divide, we talk about vulnerable families who have no access at home, but very often you get families maybe with 2 or 3 children, and there's one device in the house, which means that another 2 are scrambling and in the home. So it becomes difficult. You know, if you have for example, a mum with 3 children and 1 laptop, that's just as bad as no laptop. Is the council aiming to give every child, I know that's a difficult question, you'd likely can't answer it, a device? The flipped learning is fine in principle, but it's a danger of children falling through the crack. If the teacher gives a work that goes home and for some reason child can't do it, they go back to do the follow-up lesson in school and nothing gets done. So it's a total waste of time. That's something for a teacher to work out, perhaps. The principle's okay, but it's the practical side. The music service is great. Now, we've been talking a lot about questions on secondary. Can I talk about primary? I think we should be starting at the very, very early stages. Children, now I've heard people say, oh, you can't expect primary 1 or primary 2. They're using iPads and things in their own homes before they ever come to school. And I really think that's where it starts, and then there won't be so many problems further up. Right, I'll stop there. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Johnson. I think there were about 8 questions there. So I'll ask Janie if she can be quite brief in her response to those questions, Councillor Johnson. But I think important points that you've raised there, because there are another couple of speakers on the list. So, Janie, if you could be quite brief in your response. Thanks.
I will do. Thanks very much, Councillor Johnson. So I'll take the digital classroom as a physical classroom at the moment in one of our secondary schools, Eardra Academy. But the intention would be, obviously, as time moves on, that we would have more of these digital classrooms. Initially, it would be having one in the south locality as well as one in the north locality, in addition to the one that we have in the central locality. Then obviously the dream would be that we would have one in all of our secondary schools to begin with, but that's something for the future. But that's certainly what the intention would be. The virtual school is a school which is for our care experienced young people, which is making sure that we have a colleague who leads the virtual school to ensure that, to use your phrase, that there's nobody falling through the cracks, that all of our young people who are care experienced are being fully supported in the schools which they attend. So that would be, again, that's the virtual title. It's not a building that they're going to. However, they do have experiences. Pre-COVID, they were accessing, college experiences and other work experience situations when we were able to do that. And again, the virtual school has been making a difference in the period of time that it's been running. And our digital school is overseeing the digital curriculum and making sure that the points that have been raised by elected members in this call about, not having just wee bits of work going on, or making sure that the training's taking place and so on. Again, that's to harness all of the work that's going on and to put some scaffolding around it so that there is a purpose and it is clear, there's a sense of direction as we move forward and embrace this digital age that we're now in.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you, Cathy. Right. Councillor Barclay.
Okay, thanks again for a really, really good report. It's really interesting when you think of how far we've come and how much we're becoming reliant in everything that we're doing digitally. It's just a couple of things. At 2.4, your field, I'm really quite excited about this, and it shows that how many committees are all interlinked in a lot of ways, because it's came up in other ones. But it's just to get more information on that project, if that can come back either to another committee, keep us in, because it's really, really quite exciting to what's happening. And obviously it being close to me and it being in my bit, you know, I'm interested in that. And also the 2 local primaries of Brain and Cildrum, the pilot and the immersive platform classroom. Again, you know, just because it comes to other committees, can we to get sort of up to date some more information on what it's all about and how it's going. And just another kind of comment about the digital divide. I echo what my colleagues have been saying. On one really, really positive note, obviously during lockdown, I did have a constituent contact me because they were really, really worried, because like that they didn't have a laptop or a tablet or anything, and the child was actually trying to do stuff on a phone and it just wasn't working. And I speak to the head teacher, and within a day they had it, and it's that inclusiveness to be able to it changed that child's perception, because trying to do something, you know, whether it be on a phone, because they didn't want to admit that they didn't have the money or the wherewithal to actually go out and buy the child a tablet or a laptop. They didn't want to admit that they weren't able to do that for them, and just to signpost them in the right direction and say, look, this is what's available to you. Made a huge impact on that one child. And if you imagine how that's been replicated right across North Lanarkshire, did my heart a lot of good. So I can imagine what it's doing for yourselves, because you are actually doing the work. So thank you for that. And that's all the other questions I had have all been asked and answered. So thanks.
Thanks for that, Councillor Barclay. I'm sure you know that last point is absolutely taken on board, and I think in relation to your first point around Muirfield and the schools, that's something that certainly Jenny and Jill can ensure gets communicated with yourself and other ward members in Cumbernauld, and anybody else within the committee who has got a specific interest in that. Ian Scott.
Thanks very much. It was just to offer a bit of reassurance. I mean, certainly from the education side of things, I mean, teachers have always used digital technology, but I think what's happened during the pandemic, it's become apparent that there's a need there for enhanced professional learning for teachers. And I think a previous speaker had mentioned the advanced hires. I mean, it's just to offer reassurance that the pace of change has been absolutely considerable, and even since you've got the paper presented to you today, I think what Janie's saying is that there's actually been changes to that. So I would suspect that as digital learning goes forward, there'll be various versions going forward and distributed to the Education Committee. But it was also just to re-emphasise the point that Janie had made, that certainly teachers are engaging in the CLPL and are involving themselves in that, and also as well trying to resolve issues and difficulties that can arise, because some of the obstacles are quite considerable, and some of them have been mentioned, making sure that pupils do have the hardware, do have the internet connections to make sure that they can actually engage in digital learning. But I am absolutely amazed at where we are just now from where we were before we went into lockdown. I mean, just the effort that has been put in by my colleagues in teaching, and also as well by the officers. There's been a huge amount of work done, and certainly through previous contributions, I'm sure we're all agreed in terms of the commitment has been made by all staff. I think it's absolutely commendable.
Thanks very much for those comments, Ian. Couldn't agree with you more. I think it's incredible progress, and again, many thanks to yourself, your colleagues in the within the unions and on the JNCT for the work that you have been undertaking in recent months. So thanks very much for that, and thanks for that contribution. Are we happy to agree the recommendations outlined in the report? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. That takes us on to the next agenda item, which is mental health, wellbeing and resilience. It's the delivery plan. Gerard, are you able to touch on the key points within the report?
Yes, well, Convener. I'll try and make this as short as possible, but I think it's a really important report with regards to the mental health and wellbeing of our young people. You'll remember back in September, you approved the launch of a mental health and wellbeing resilience delivery plan. It was in 4 main sections as outlined in the report. You'll see in the main body of the report, there's an outline of the approach that was taken, but it was based on the key concepts and themes, and they were taken from and drawn from the Realigning Children's Services National Programme, and it's outlined in section 2.2 of the report, all of the factors that have an impact certainly on our young people, and especially if you think about our most recent issues that we've had regarding COVID-19. In section 2.3 onwards of the report, you can see where there's a focus on the main areas and themes. You'll see that under nurture and resilience, there's a focus on nurture, and there's been a variety of joint pieces of work in collaboration with, for example, the SAC team and psychological services in supporting that work, and also that, I suppose, approach that already exists within the Council. In section 2.4 of the report, promoting positive mental health and suicide prevention, you can see background information there and recent events focusing on positive mental health and suicide prevention. I'd also highlight the additional funding that has come into the Council for providing counselling for our people and young people from age 10 and over, which is a huge support to our schools, but most importantly to children and young people. Just want to highlight that we've now had approval now for a coordinator for the counselling service, and certainly the intention would be that we would provide an update about the impact of that counselling approach within our schools. Just for noting, the counselling did still continue if a child or young person wanted it during the lockdown. That did start off, I have to say, from a virtual perspective, but I'm afraid some of the young people did not really like it as much as the face-to-face, so alternative arrangements were made for that. You'll see in section 2.5 of the report, there's a variety of joint pieces of work that have been established, and I suppose I would also want to highlight about the staff wellbeing and mental health and emotional resilience. It's under 4 main headings. I know it was something that was welcomed by the trade unions about the very important element of not just about supporting the young people, but also the staff, and that is all staff within our schools. And certainly the last part of the report just talks about COVID-19 and recovery. I don't know how many of you managed to see, as far as the communication team produced a video. The executive director, along with Catherine Campbell, our welfare officer, was on that video that was presented to staff on the in-service day, which was providing a bit of reassurance to staff that this was going to be difficult to start off with. And certainly moving forward now, as Derek mentioned in his presentation, there is an intention that we will have a strengths and difficulties questionnaire sent to the children and young people, and that will be for primary and secondary pupils to allow them to have their voice, and we will obviously update you with information. The timescales for that, we're hoping around about the October time that we'll have that sort of pulled together. Finally, just to say, there has been a number of webinars that have taken place. We have had our health and wellbeing champions. There's been 100 participants recently where they have been given
Sorry, Gerard seems to have cut out there. Yeah, we've lost connectivity with Gerard. I mean, what I would say just is, I think it's a really important. Okay, he's back.
I'm back.
Sorry, Gerard,
appendices.
Gerard, you cut off there.
Oh, sorry. Finally, just the appendices 2, 3, and 4 outline some of the works and focuses, whether that be on the resilience work or the wellbeing curriculum themes, or again, as I mentioned, the staff wellbeing resources. So finally, I'm just asking you to note the contents of the report, but most importantly, note the progress in relation to the delivery of the mental health and wellbeing and resilience delivery plan. Happy to take any questions, Convener.
Thank you very much for that report, Gerard. A very important report, colleagues. And obviously, you know the Council's commitment to supporting people of all ages and who suffer from mental ill health. And, you know, I mean, certainly it was important. I think Gerard's point there around the counselling services is actually very important, around getting the alternative arrangements in place to ensure that there are multiple avenues for young people to be able to access that support. We have a few questions that I see. Councillor Tom Johnson.
Thanks, Convener. My first question, I've got two questions. The first question is on page 122.3.5, where you point out that over 61 primary and early years establishments have worked with educational psychologists. I want to know whether, you know, given the growth and awareness of mental health issues, given that you're mentioning the impressive figures getting in touch with educational psychologists, are the educational psychologists that we have now under heavy pressure? The reason I'm asking that is, from my recollection, we got rid of quite a number of educational psychologists, a good number of years ago, maybe 5 or more years ago. I seem to remember the numbers really took a serious hit. And do we need to actually build up these numbers again? And are the current ones under pressure? That's my first question. My second question is in the page 155, 156, where you refer to support for families at weekends, at 8 o'clock at night, all sorts of what workers would consider antisocial hours. And I wanted to know how that is basically organised. Is it a lot of overtime, or is it in fact shift work that's agreed for each worker? It's just the type of organisation that goes on there. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Johnson. Gerard, do you have that information?
With regards to the educational psychology service that we have, I think it would be fair to say, and to give a bit of reassurance, that the numbers that we have in comparison to other councils is actually very good. We are very fortunate that we have got such a large team in North Lanarkshire Council. In addition, as I mentioned in the report, now that we've got the counselling service there as well, and that additional funding, and that has now been relieved and released to schools so they can draw down on that money. That whole package of support, if you like, is quite impressive. And I suppose it's only once we get the data that will come in from the strengths and difficulties questionnaires, we'll be able to see where do we need to start and target the resources that we actually have. Are we targeted in the right places, in the right areas? So once that analysis is done, we will obviously provide that information back to schools so they can plan accordingly as well for their own settings. But from a council perspective, I think the counselling services that are there have been really good. In addition, I would also say that psychological services have continued their helpline number. I get a report every week with the numbers. It varies. It can be from things to do with regards to exams. It can do with returning to school. It can do with COVID anxieties. There's a whole array of different anxieties that are out there for children and young people, but there is the support at the moment. So I would give reassurance to you, Councillor Johnson, that at the moment, as far as the psychological services that we have at the moment, we have a very robust system in place, and we have got quite an extensive team sitting there to support the children, young people and families within North Lanarkshire. With regards to your second point, I didn't quite hear exactly. I could hear, but I couldn't hear what the reference was in the report. I heard a page number, but not a specific section.
It's page, I think it's page 157. I think Councillor Johnson, you're referring to, isn't it, in relation to 2.3.1 and this the staffing arrangements there.
155, 2.2, 156, 2.3.1. How you arrange the working there. It could either be an awful lot of expensive overtime and antisocial hours, or is it worked through a shift system that's agreed for a whole year? You know, working weekends, 8 o'clock at night at the weekends, and so on. How is this basically organised?
I would need to get that information for you and come back to you, but I'll speak to you offline on this one.
We can ensure that's delivered to Councillor Johnson. Councillor Lynn.
Thanks, Convener. I'll try and keep it as brief as possible. It's I guess 2 comments and a question. Firstly, in section 2.3.3 of the report, around nurture, it was welcoming the strengthening nurture in secondary schools and the project that was undertaken there. I guess my question would be, is there intention to have a similar programme in this year, either digital or otherwise? You know, I noticed that 6 schools were involved, but I think it's important that if there's an opportunity to involve more schools in developing that nurture agenda where young people are at the heart of it and being involved in it, that seems like something that could be very useful as we move forward developing the framework more. On that similar theme, section 2.5.4 of the report talks about the mental health curriculum and the development of that, and I think that again there's another opportunity there as we're looking at with the identified secondary school teachers and the partnership with South Lanarkshire Council on developing PSE. One of the criticisms of PSE, you know, throughout my time certainly as a young person, was it was ineffective, didn't do what it was meant to do, didn't teach me anything useful, blah blah blah. You know, you've heard all these things before, and I think that particularly when it comes to developing a mental health curriculum, I think there's a real argument there for recognising that young people are experts of their own experience when it comes to mental well-being, and I think there's an opportunity there, perhaps if it is from an S1 to S6 programme, to recognise that that expertise in their own experience, and perhaps involve senior phase pupils in the development and enhancement of that curriculum, and the opportunities there to identify what would be useful in terms of their learner journey, and informing I guess the earlier phase of the development of that curriculum, certainly. And then very finally, Convener, is on COVID mental health resilience. It was, I guess, it's quite impressive that officers in the context of the Education and Families Committee have been able to quickly develop a report which includes reference to mental health resilience and the COVID environment as part of our strategy. Clearly, though, there will be a responsibility, and the IGB Health and Social Care Partnership discussed this as well. All of our mental health strategies, whether for the population generally or for our young people or for our staff, will need to adapt and evolve to respond to what is another serious health threat in the form of the mental health crisis that could happen as a result of the global pandemic, and tackling isolation and loneliness. In particular, isolation and loneliness is not something that's exclusive to the older population, but our young people as well, who don't have that social interaction in the form of school and learning engagement. So therefore, I guess the question would be, whilst there's a note and a marker there of the intention to recognise the importance of mental health resilience in the COVID context by our mental health strategy and by our Education and Families team, what further conversations and work is ongoing in informing, I guess, our strategic direction to recognise the importance of early intervention you know, in terms of the mental health agenda in tackling COVID, ensuring that we are, you know, lack of contact face to face doesn't necessarily mean that people are left out high and dry, and that our young people will be able to access that support, our young people will be able to access that guidance, and that we'll work with our NHS Lanarkshire colleagues to develop that work. So just to hear more from officers, I guess, on what that early work looks like with our health colleagues as well as education colleagues, to make sure that support's in place as we move forward. Thanks, Convener.
Yeah, I think important points here, Councillor, and I'll bring Derek in just now, but certainly your point in relation to young people helping to shape that curriculum. Sorry? Oh, okay, Gerard, I'll bring Derek in first, Gerard, in relation to that, you know, in terms of mental health that you referenced there with regards to PSE. I think it's a very important point, and is certainly something that is needs to be at the heart of what we do moving forward. So I'll bring Derek in at this point.
So, Councillor Linden, I totally agree with you on your first point. I think you and I and the convener were actually at Bellshill Academy last year, where we had a visit from the First Minister to the Youth Link Scotland event, and Bellshill schools, including Cardinal Newman, had arranged for groups of young people to actually meet with ourselves and the Deputy First Minister. And I found that amazing, to be honest, and subsequent consultations I've done with the young people, it's quite clear to me that, for example, the stuff that's been done on mental health ambassadors, and there was such a group in Bellshill that day, the LGBT group, I actually sat with the Deputy First Minister with that group, and I actually think he was blown away. I personally was quite overwhelmed by the testimonies of these amazing young people. So I do think that the lived experience of young people and their awareness of themselves and their mental health issues and their own kind of evolution as human beings actually is much more probably sophisticated than it would have been in my day. And probably their development, their kind of emotional development is probably more politicised, because social media restricts their freedom, and they're much more therefore aware of their own kind of decision making and their choice of self. So I do think we have to listen to them, and actually, to be honest, you want to try and get as much of that good stuff that's happening beyond the curriculum into the curriculum. So then the gap really is about teacher understanding as well, and so that's where you need to kind of train and raise awareness. This would be true of a number of things. It would be true of anti-racism education. It would be true of kind of gender education as well. And I just think that there's an awful lot of things that probably need to be reworked as part of a meaningful PSE curriculum, that as we go along, Councillor Linden, I can assure you, Gerard and I will be looking at all of those issues. But it's a very exciting time, and there's a time of great opportunity. And can I also say that there, on the general health and wellbeing and PSE curriculum, there's been a whole Pan Lanarkshire bit of work on that Gerard's overseen, that's taken us forward in terms of what the current curriculum for excellence guidelines say we have to deliver, if you like, to the young people as per kind of statutory requirements. So I think that's probably quite strong, but I still think there's maybe a gap between what the young people are maybe looking for and what we're offering, and I think that's a thing we're going to go through. So I'm not disagreeing with that. And I think probably that was probably what we were agreeing last year when we had the discussions around that event in Bellshill, which, as I say, was really powerful. I'm going to move on to the second thing about supporting families with mental health and COVID. And then Gerard will want to come in on this, because this is really important. We have a Pan Lanarkshire, we have a Pan Lanarkshire approach to dealing with the identification of cases and those who are self-isolating. And in North Lanarkshire, we have a supporting people strategy that's been running all the way through lockdown, and which has continued to run and will help deal with the issues about cases of self-isolating people. It is council-wide. It involves housing, social work, it involves CLD, it involves education. It's looking at the whole family, the whole kind of context, but it's making sure specific interventions are brought in by key partners, and it's been planned in by schools, who I think probably know the children better than anybody else, and that's probably our most kind of solid proposition. I think that probably is more advanced than anywhere else in Scotland. I think that Scotland and Scottish Government are probably looking at taking North Lanarkshire's approach, which was developed with the Chief Exec, and probably trying to roll that out across the country, to be honest. I think it's been hugely powerful and impressive work. I can take no credit for it. It's been other people, such as Stephen Llewellyn and Gerard McLaughlin, etc., and Roseanne McMurrick and all those teams that have developed this. But I am very, very interested at the way this council has really focused on that issue during lockdown and recovery, and really put the child and the family at the centre of the planning, and then put everything it's got in behind trying to deliver to them. And I know that's the expectation of all members, that we will do that. And I think the mental health thing is part of that. So there's been various updates to mental health going out from Gerard and his teams, the psychologists, etc., to education staff. That's been cited at CMT level for all key managers in the council to see. And that's become a bigger thing rather than just an education resource. That's become a council-wide approach. So I think we're doing all we can do. I do think we've got a lot of learning to do. I'm absolutely sure that there will be people out there who are feeling like the way you're feeling, the way that you're describing them feeling. Not you, Councillor Wilson, I do apologise.
You might be right, to be honest. It's been quite a long meeting.
I do apologise. The way that you're describing it, I'm so sorry. It's been a long meeting for me as well. But the way that you're describing people feeling out there, I'm sure there'll be people out there. And of course, we've had some pretty, tragic circumstances during lockdown where we've had, teenage suicides. We've had, members of staff who have committed suicide. So we know suicide prevention continues to be a huge priority for us. And I suppose we are trying to learn, we are trying to kind of fill those kind of gaps, but there is obviously so much more to do in this area. And let's not underestimate the huge challenge that COVID has presented to us all in any agency that's been dealing, or aspect of government or local government that's been dealing with the needs of the public. But I can reassure every member, we are absolutely 100% working together as a council with our wider partners to really identify and deal with those issues. Gerard, have I done this justice, or is there anything else you want to cover?
I think, Councillor Linden, I think Derek's given a fairly comprehensive answer there. I'm conscious that we're sort of a 4.5 hours in now to this meeting. So if we can just make sure that we keep our questions and our answers as brief as we can be, just for because I'm conscious that we're losing members as well, unfortunately. So, Councillor McGowan.
I'll be very. I think it's an amazing report, and I think the work that's been done by North Lanarkshire is very commendable. I just wanted to ask 2 questions, maybe something that I've missed. I know it's not been possible due to the pandemic, but I thought every school was going to have their own trained counsellor that schools could access at any time, rather than purchasing services from counselling providers. Is that an ambition of North Lanarkshire, is to have every school with a trained counsellor?
Gerard, can you just? I mean, obviously.
I'll say the second one. I'll say the second one. I'm surprised that in a report about mental health, there is no mention of sport and exercise. I think sport and exercise is a huge alleviator of mental health. And I know North Lanarkshire gyms and things are, I know this is not education, it's North Lanarkshire Leisure, but I know that they will be opening eventually. But do you still get, passport to sport and things like that? Because I think that's a huge alleviator of mental health problems.
Gerard, I'll ask you to maybe touch on the councillor position. Obviously, they're recognising that there has been support centrally from central government around the counselling services. Can you maybe just touch on that? And I don't know if you would have any information in relation to culture and leisure NL.
Councillor McGann, I suppose what I would say to you is the fact that the Scottish Government gave us that additional money so that we could get trained counsellors. As you can imagine, if you're a PT pastoral support, or you're a deputy head or a primary head, to put that onus, and Ian's here as well from a trade union perspective, that schools are dealing with an awful lot at the moment. And certainly the feedback that's come in from teachers is sometimes based on the type of mental health inquiries, they need the trained counsellor there who has got the time set aside for the child and young person. And I think that goes back to, I suppose, those initial surveys that were taken by Scottish Government about the needs of schools, which was to have trained counsellors. And therefore, we would go to providers. We're lucky we've got a framework in place. It doesn't take away from the excellent work that already exists within our schools, PT pastoral supports, PTs and deputies, etc.
Gerard looks as if he's cut out again. Oh, yeah, he's gone. He's gone. Derek, do you want to pick up where he left off?
Yeah, on the counsellors in schools, the aspiration is definitely to provide counsellors in every school. But the way in which the funding came down to, as Councillor McGowan, was that it was to be equivalent of a counsellor in each school. And I think the government were quite pragmatic about it. So I think there was quite a lot of rhetoric around about a counsellor in every school. But I think when the civil servants are engaging with us, they understood that in different parts of the country that would look different. And schools are building on existing arrangements and may want to expand them. So there are different services, different kind of third sector providers involved as well. And obviously we work closely with our colleagues in social work who are also commissioning such services as well, and you wanted to link up for the child. So it's maybe not that specific where there might be a physical person added to the staff of the school, but the schools have resource to make sure that they can get in the supports that they require, and it will look a wee bit different in different parts of the council, because you're really building on what the school already has in play, and you really want them to be joining all of that up. But overall, in terms of the policy, it would be equivalent to a counsellor in every school, sure, and the money goes across to schools for that.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Linden, I think, has put some text in the chat there, Councillor McGowan, which you'll be able to have a look at. Are we happy to agree the recommendations within the report? Excellent, thank you very much for that, colleagues. That takes us on to agenda item number 8, which is the improving family support for children and young people on the edges of care and review of intensive services. Alison Gordon has been waiting 4.5 hours to speak to this report. So I'll pass over to Alison just now. No pressure, Alison.
No, I'll try and be brief, convener, but it is quite an important report, and it probably pulls together some strands that we've touched on earlier on throughout committee in terms of the importance of a holistic approach to children, young people and family support. So the report provides an update on a number of strands of work which are part of the programme of work and focused on improving family support for children, young people and their families, and particularly those who are on the edges of care. And I think really is about building on the strengths that we have as having come together as a service to look at the fact that obviously outcomes for children and family are better achieved when we can have that holistic approach that takes into account not just education support but wider supports for children and young people. So very particularly the report provides quite a lot of detail about a review that we've undertaken of our intensive services within social work and proposals going forward to reshape those services slightly so that they are better integrated and connected with other work that's going on within the service. So section 1 of the report provides quite a lot of context. First of all, linking some of the work we're doing in our aspirations to the promise, which you will have some familiarity with, the Independent Care Review, which, as members will know, had a lot to say about care, but also a lot to say about how we can better support families and what children and young people told us about how that support should look if we're going to prevent more children and young people coming into care in the first place. It aligns very well, the work I'm talking about here, with the commitments we've already made through the Plan for North Lanarkshire and also the ESN review and its commitment to more inclusive support and a holistic approach to children and young people with additional support needs. And clearly, as you'll be aware, we've already done a lot of good work in partnership around the area of family support in North Lanarkshire through our Embracing of Solihull, the trauma-informed approach that underpins all of our work, Safe and Together around domestic abuse, and initiatives like VIG, which are more specific. And there's information on that at 1.2 of the report, and as well as the approach that we've adopted as a partnership. In terms of our intensive services, for members who are less familiar about how these look at this point in time, there's a description at 1.3 in the report that talks about the support that we currently provide through community alternatives, through Families First and through the 7-Day Centre. And we know that that is quite well valued by families and has supported us over the years maintain a good balance of care as a council. But we also know that there are some pressures on that, and if members familiarise themselves with the Close to Home report that came to the previous committee, they will know that we have seen some more young people come into care over the last couple of years, which indicates some of the pressures that families and young people are experiencing just now. So we've undertaken a full review led by one of our service managers in relation to intensive services. There's an appendix to the report that gives quite a lot of detail about what children and young people and their families thought about our services. And you'll see that they valued the sort of relationship-based practice, the individual tailored support they got. And I suppose picking up on something Councillor Johnson referred to earlier, they particularly valued the availability of support out with normal office hours as well. And that was something that came across quite strongly. However, when we looked at the service and we challenged ourselves on whether it was the best it could be, we did identify that there were a number of areas where we thought we could strengthen. And roughly that falls into sort of 3 areas. One is really about strengthening the way the service is managed and operates, tightening up its practice standards, its performance framework, making better use of bringing the services together, and linking better with the new empowering clusters, which was also mentioned earlier on in the committee this afternoon. So there are some specific proposals there about changes we can make to strengthen in these areas. A couple of other critical areas that I would want to highlight. One around strengthening aftercare. The council, as you know, is signed up to the Scottish Care Leavers Covenant. We have also signed up to the Promise. A key element of that is supporting not just young people who are experiencing care at the moment, but supporting young people beyond that. And we know that we do very well for some of our young people in that situation just now, but not so well for others. We had a specific working group who involving care experienced young people who talked to us about what they felt worked and didn't work so well about current service. And one of the things we wanted to do was strengthen the capacity to meet the needs of young people who maybe at some point had decided they didn't want to engage with services, or we'd lost touch with them and weren't maybe offering the sort of support they wanted, but who were found it difficult maybe when they needed support later on. So the proposal is that intensive services become a vehicle for providing support to that group of young people and strengthening that support. And that gives them a point of contact where even if they have fallen out of touch with services, they can come back to and get that tailored one-door access to support again. So we are suggesting that the way we organise our intensive services is we create one of our lead managers who has that as a key responsibility, and that we bring in some additional resource round about that. The other thing we want to add to our portfolio in terms of intensive services is to make that the location for our family group decision making. And that's clearly a vehicle to work with families to support them make the best of their natural resources and try and again provide tailored support to keep children and young people out of formal care where that's possible. Part of that as well in the way that we manage our services is to maximise our capacity for working in early evenings and weekends at some of the times that family want them. And we do have the capacity to do that within the current staffing and the current contracts, and are planning to work further with our staff group to look at how we can do that. And the final area that we're talking about making improvements in is enhancing education provision. Our intensive services do very well at one level at engaging young people who've fallen out of other elements of formal education. But what we're not doing just now is doing the best for them, either in terms of helping some get back into mainstream education, or for those that can't, giving them access to other pathways and qualifications. So the final set of proposals coming from the intensive service review are really about doing that, building on the connections we have as a service, linking with the pathway programme, and making that much more integrated to take full advantage of the way that we're organised. That really takes us to the final part of the report, 2.4, which emphasises another couple of areas that we're continuing to work on. One around early intervention through the Transforming Pathways initiative and a pilot we're doing in Cumbernauld, and one around contextual safeguarding, where we're working with the University of Bedfordshire on looking at how we can grow our capacity to support families and young people in terms of protection from extrafamilial harm. And both these final pieces of work are ones where we would hope to bring back further reports to a future committee. In the interim, I'm hoping that members will be happy to endorse the direction of travel, and in particular that we progress the recommendations of the intensive services review that are outlined in the paper.
Thanks very much for that, Alison. It's an incredibly powerful report. I think it really is incredible work that's been undertaken in relation to this. I'm sure members will agree with that and endorse it wholeheartedly. A number of speakers in the chat just now, so I'll start with Councillor Brannan McVeigh.
Thanks very much, Convener. Alison, can I just thank you for the report? I found this very timely and very important, and I'm glad we are taking the time to fully discuss it this afternoon. One of the things that really struck me throughout the whole report was this real theme of partnership and collaboration, whether it be, on those relationships that young people were articulating about their lived experience, and those who are supporting them to evolve, learn, and move away from trauma and others. I just really found it a really impressive and informative report, and I look forward to seeing the substantial sections. I've got particular interest in obviously the family support and the context around about that, but particularly around about the strengthening the aftercare, because particularly if we reflect on our role as corporate parents, while it is right and it's proper that we look to education, social work, and particularly within its new banner and this new collaborative banner of education and families in the first instance. But I think as corporate parents, we need to think about PANS approach with young people at the centre. And I think, again, back to the way in which young people have spoken about having these important relationships with those who advocate for them, with them, and learn, but not just the children and young people articulating this, but the families themselves. And I think family learning is at the core of this in many aspects. So I just really appreciate the report. I don't have questions within it. Well, I do, I've got gazillions, but I'm there from an interest base rather than a critical analysis point of view, and I'll be happy to ask them to in a different form. I fully endorse this report, and I look forward to substantial reports on this in the future. And convener, a plea really that Alison be given the opportunity at future committees to really shine a light on some of this work going forward to enable us, because these are some young people, some of the young people that we're talking about in this are the ones that cause at times most distress, they have most trauma, and they're furthest away, and quite often we can immediate reactions to the impact that behaviours caused rather than the trauma and the pain that's caused the behaviour. So if we're able to shine a light and improve our understanding, we'll inform our services and such like, and inform our communities, and ultimately better support our communities, our families and our young people. And I would really hope that we can get a real light shone in that in future committees going forward, because this is really
it gives the potential to be really transformative. Thanks, Convener.
Thanks very much for those comments. Completely share the points that you've raised there, and is absolutely something that we'll be looking at on an ongoing basis at Education and Families. You have that assurance. I have Councillor Tom Johnson.
Thanks, Convener. Actually, just to make clear that the questions I'd asked earlier, I misread my own notes here, and the question I'm asking about the antisocial hours to be worked, and whether that's done in an organised way, or whether it's just one-off overtime or antisocial hours one-off, or whether it's all done in a structured shift thing for all employees. The clarifications I wanted were actually to do with this report and not the previous one by Gerard McLaughlin. So apologies to Gerard if he's still there, but the explanation I wanted was on this report here, because I think it's items 4 and 5, 3, 4 and 5 on page 156.
Okay, Alison, do you have the information for Councillor Johnson?
Yes, so the contracts that we have with our staff at the moment who work in intensive services allow for them working a set number of hours a week, which are out with the normal 4 hours. What we noticed when we did the review that was happening, so that their hours are limited, but they work a flexible pattern across the week that allows them to do some evening and some weekend working within their core contracts before we get into the issue of paying any overtime. So what we're looking to do at the moment, because we noticed that wasn't happening quite as consistently as we might like across the team, is what we are planning to do is work with the 3 teams concerned to maximise really the value that we can get, whilst taking into account, the staff's viewpoint and what works as well, so that we can get as much flexible working around times where families need support as we can out of our current arrangements. If we need to come back and look at different resource or reshaping some of those contracts, there's clearly a process that we'd look at for that, but we're confident at the moment that we can offer some additionality out of hours within our existing contractual arrangements with those groups of staff, because they've already got some flexibility built into their contracts. So it's not about working more hours, it's about working more flexible hours.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Linden.
Thanks, Convener. I'll try and keep my comments and questions brief, given that the meeting started in daylight and is very quickly ending in darkness.
Standard practice for North Lanarkshire Council these days, Councillor Linden.
Can I just begin by echoing absolutely everything that Councillor Brian McVeigh said, and in particular the reflection on our role as corporate parents. It's great, I think, and I hope Councillor Brian McVeigh doesn't mind me saying so, to hear elected members right across the board being acutely aware and talking about the role as a corporate parent in committee. I think it reiterates and highlights the importance that we place upon it, and absolutely echo her plea on ensuring that Alison and other officers get the time to ensure that this type of reporting comes back to committee on a regular basis. The commitment's been made by the convener, and I think it's by having that on the agenda, by being entirely aware of the power of transformative work that we could deliver, that we'll genuinely keep that promise that we've spoken about and agreed at full council. Convener, by way of a comment and question then, I visited Community Alternatives in Coatbridge as a member of the Children's Services Partnership Board and saw firsthand the work that's taking place there. Really worthwhile, and if members have got the chance to do so, would highly recommend it. 2 questions. Therefore, Convener, section 2.3.4 of the report, Alison outlines the 7-day centre programme and the SQA accreditation. At the moment that doesn't happen. Obviously, clearly, we want to see an alignment with SEQF framework to ensure that our young people are being recognised for the learning that they're doing and walk away with a certificate that it contributes to their long-term positive destinations. So I guess the question is, what dialogue's underway with SQA to make that happen, and to make it happen quickly, to recognise that and the importance of that learning. And then I guess similarly associated with that, when we talk about long-term positive destinations. I was looking at Appendix 2 on intensive services, and it struck me that when we're looking at our outcomes and indicators, one of the key indicators was young people going to a positive destination. I think we need to, I look at that and amend that to be a long-term positive and sustained destination, because it's simply not good enough to have a positive destination. We want to see that sustained positive destination for our young people as our overarching indicator and outcome. And then very finally, just a plea that in our language, I looked through it and I read it a couple of times. I know that it's abstract sometimes to use the word love in our appendix and in our documents, but the lifetime of equality, respect, love and care, those 4 key pillars are really important in all that we do, with those on the periphery of care and indeed experiencing care. And if we can start to see that language of love and care coming through, as well as respect in our documents, it'll give a kind of signal of that shift in direction, that power of transformative provision that we can have. So just a kind of final plea there, Convener. Thanks.
Okay, a number of points here to be considered sort of moving forward. Councillor Linden, I appreciate those comments. Alison, there were questions in there as well. Were you able to pick up Councillor Linden's questions?
Okay, I mean, I note the points about language, and I agree, and also about the expansion of our aspiration in terms of sustainability, and that what we're looking for here is not just, we're looking at lifetime outcomes and not just being able to tick a box to where someone is in 2 years after school leaving age. And I'm sure all across the service would agree with that. In relation to the discussions around from the 7-day centre and beginning to look at how we can make sure that young people going through that programme are leaving with real meaningful qualifications. Yes, those discussions have already started. We're linking in the virtual school as well, although not all the young people who go through the 7-day centre are looked after. We also have had very live discussions with Pauline and the team who are leading on the Pathway programme as well, to look at alternative pathways for young people too. But yeah, there's an absolute, it's a great resource there. It connects young people who maybe don't connect with other sort of offers that we make as an education and family service, but we're doing them a disservice at the moment by now not offering them something that's portable that will help them move into other opportunities when they leave. And absolutely, we've started that discussion, and we'd hope to be able in the next report to be able to give more detail about just how that will work.